Okay. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. Sorry for our late start. It's what happens when you move everybody's cheese first thing in the morning. Everybody has their place up here, and all of a sudden we shuffled everybody's. We're going to start that already this morning. Should we try again? Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Good morning. All right. Sorry about that. I apologize. I'm so shy up here sometimes. Welcome to our inauguration day for November 2022. It's a big day. We are re-swearing into office two of our county commissioners this morning. So again, thank you for all attending this morning and welcome to our event this morning. What I'd ask you all to please do is rise at this point. We will have our invocation with Pastor Blaine Albright, and we will follow that by the Pledge of Allegiance. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving week. Let's pray. Father, we come to you today with grateful hearts, not just because it's Thanksgiving week, but because we are so immensely blessed with friends, family, community, freedom. We also come to you because your word tells us to come to you and be thankful, to rejoice in all circumstances. So just as the prophet Daniel could give thanks as a slave, and the Apostle Paul could give thanks when he was in prison or shipwrecked. Even Jesus was thankful before he went to the cross. God, we can come to you in every moment of our life and be grateful for life, for your promise of your love and your power in our lives. And so, God, I'm thankful for these leaders, these citizens before me. God, I'm thankful for the unity that we share in wanting to see Martin County and our citizens flourish. God, I believe that's your will for us as well. So would you give us wisdom as we make decisions that give honor and worth to people? Because I believe when we do that, we give honor and worth to you. So let our words and our actions shine your light today so that people can see in us the goodness of our Creator. I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. So we have with us this morning some special guests. We have guests. We'll start off with our commissioners. We have in District 5, our Vice Chairman, Commissioner Ed Campy. Ed, good morning. We have from District 2, and to be sworn in first today, we have Stacy Hetherington. And from the southern part of our county, we have District 3 Commissioner Harold Jenkins. The quiet one. We have our newly appointed administrator, Don Donaldson. Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah Hurd. How did I skip that, Sarah? I'm sorry.
News, honey.
Huh?
That wasn't very nice. That was not very nice.
I apologize to our folks in the front row. Sarah, we have Sarah Hurd from District 4, District County Commissioner. She will be sworn in second today. And we'll go back. We have newly appointed Administrator Don Donaldson. Don, good morning. And we have our County Attorney, Sarah Woods. We have Assistant County Administrator, George Stokas. And we have our Property Appraiser, Jenny Fields. Good morning, Jenny. We have Chief Deputy John Budenseek with us from the Sheriff's Department. And let's see, I believe we have Amy Pritchard, who's to be sworn in this afternoon or this evening to the school board. Good morning, Amy. And we have our city manager from the city of Stuart, David Dias. David, good morning. And from Ocean Breeze, we have our mayor, Karen Ostrand. Good morning. Did I miss anybody? Oh, Jenny Russell, I'm sorry. And we also have Jenny Russell, who will be sworn in tonight or this afternoon from the school board. Good morning. Did I miss anybody else on the list? I'm sorry? Oh, Ruth Petrosowski, good morning, from the from tax collector's office. That's what happens when you have a list and we don't have everybody checked off, and I apologize for skipping and missing up some of those. As we have done that, we will be starting off with our inauguration this morning. Our first commissioner to be sworn in will be Stacey Hetherington. We have Judge Brett Warnicki with us this morning. If you please come up, and Stacey, if you please come up, and we will do the swearing in. And I will sit down.
Commissioner Hetherington, you ready to take the oath?
I am.
If you place your left hand on the Bible, maybe one of your sons here, Zane. Which one's Zane? Which one's Van? Zane, nice to meet you. And you're Van? Okay, okay. If you put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand, please. I, Stacey Hetherington, do solemnly swear
I, Stacey Hetherington, do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the state of Florida,
that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States of America
and the state of Florida,
and the state of Florida,
that I am duly qualified to hold office under the Constitution of the state,
that I'm duly qualified to hold office under the Constitution of the state,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
perform the duties of Martin County Commissioner, District 2,
perform the duties of Martin County Commission District 2,
on which I am about to enter.
on which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Don't you remember last time?
Stand up here with me if you want. Well, thanks everybody for being here this morning. It's my, what's that? Both? Okay. Okay. Can you hear me? I'm honored to be in your presence, and it's really a privilege to serve you a second term as your District 2 County Commissioner here in Martin County. I want to thank all the elected officials here today, from school board to the constitutionals. Truly, our local government, that's what makes it a representative democracy, which makes our country so great. I'd like to send a special shout out to all of you around Martin County that were so supportive during this last campaign cycle. Inevitably, they were long and tough days, and there are many of you there supporting me and by my side, so I can't thank you enough. In particular, I want to say thank you to my sons, Van and Zane. They don't like a lot of limelight and attention. It's not always easy being the sons of a county commissioner. It's not always easy whenever we're working long days, and while they want to watch a movie, I'm stuck to the computer emailing, but I think they've learned a lot in this process. I believe that both of them can tell you every local elected official's name in Martin County, from the highest office to the lowest office. So I do think that this process is also a learning opportunity for all of us. Thank you. I love you to the moon and back, both of you. So I also thank my parents, Ed and Connie, and they're here today. And my sister, unfortunately, couldn't be here, Karen, and I want to thank her as well, because my entire family have given me nothing but love and support these many years, my entire life, but particularly during this process. Every year I recognize mothers in Martin County, and I came up with the slogan, One Tough Mother. And the ultimate one tough mother, of course, is my mother, Connie, because she taught me everything, that I am. And her and my father taught me to be the strong person that I am today, that allows me to stand up here before you and around Martin County and represent you. So I thank you for your love, and every single day, not just during campaigns, and trust me, I know how hard campaigns are on my family and my friends. So I'll say to my friends here today too, you've been by me every step of the way for the past many years, prior to being a commissioner, while being a commissioner, my first 4 years, and particularly during campaign season, well, I know that some of you just want to wring people's necks. So thank you so much for being there with me and by my side on this. And I've always said, as a fourth generation Martin County native growing up in Indiantown, that The best thing we have in Martin County is our community members. It's our people that make up Martin County, are the biggest assets in Martin County because we are all neighbors. We walk the same sidewalks, we use the same parks, shop in the same stores, and we all agree that we want to keep Martin County the most special place it can be and the most special county in Florida. And every once in a while, we're going to choose different paths on how we achieve that. But we all agree that Martin County is our home and the most special place. So during the campaign, I had a privilege of listening to many narratives and lots of unique stories all across Martin County. I heard from neighbor leaders who asked me to help address problems in their neighborhoods, and they were ranging from traffic calming to drainage. I heard from young families and lifelong residents who work hard every single day, but they wonder if they'll be able to afford to live in Martin County as we evolve in the future. I heard from people in every neighborhood, residents from one end of Martin County to the other, who want good jobs, they want safe neighborhoods, and they want a healthy environment so we can raise our families and live here. I heard from a lot of residents that recognize the importance of preserving our natural land and acquiring more natural land. And some of them were so surprised and so impressed to find out that Martin County has over 40% of its county in public ownership. And I know that our residents' will is to continue on that trend to preserve and acquire land. And it was wonderful to be able to talk to each and every resident. I knocked so many doors that you get all these perspectives from talking to residents. I'm grateful to work alongside my colleagues here on the board. Each one of you offers a very different and distinct view, and that makes our conversations richer and makes us be able to collaborate more. So thank you. It's my honor to serve with you. Of course, our job is not just to listen to each other and listen to our constituents. It's also to lay out priorities for the county. So my priorities for the coming 4 years are going to be very similar as they were 4 years ago when I was sworn in here. We must prioritize public safety and make sure people feel safe and secure. We must be wise stewards of your tax dollars, and public spaces. I recognize that all of the money that we allocate when we're sitting up there is your money. They're your tax dollars, and we will spend them prudently. We must manage our infrastructure so that families and businesses can function and flourish, and that includes minimizing red tape for those businesses. So leading often means we have to find a common ground even when there's conflict, and there's often conflict in decisions. Our resolutions, in my mind, we try to make them fair and transparent. And leadership, I think, to me, it's about a vision. Things don't get accomplished, as quickly as we would hope sometimes. Sometimes people don't understand what we're doing. But to me, it's a vision. It's like a compass on a ship. As long as you're working toward that and creating a path that we can all walk together on to get to where we're going. So, in closing, as a fourth generation Martin County resident of this community, I'm so humbled to stand here today. And I am very grateful for the opportunity, again, to lead District 2. I'm thankful for the vision and of all of my predecessors, county commissioners for the last 25 years. I remember Timer Powers and John Holt, some folks that I grew up with in Indiantown. I can visualize them sitting on the dais, mostly with their boots on top of the table. And sometimes they say, I kind of aspire that we could just go back to being that way. I see some colleagues shaking our heads. So I promise you 4 years ago and during this campaign that I would always educate myself on any issue that comes before me. I will take every fact into consideration because this is my hometown too, and I would make the very best decision that I could possibly make for you, for our family, for my family, for the future residents of Martin County. I feel I've done that with pride because we all want Martin County to continue to be the special place that it is. So, and I will always remember that, again, those dollars are your dollars that we spend, and I'll always be a good steward of those. Thank you again for giving me an opportunity to serve you another 4 years. And my door is always open to listen, to problem solve. And again, I'm very humbled and I appreciate it. Thank you.
And next, we have the swearing in of District 4 County Commissioner Sarah Hurd. Judge?
And she is welcomed by her husband,
I
Jeffrey
am.
Hurd. Can you hold the Bible, please? Your left hand.
Left hand, there we go.
I, Sarah Hurd, do solemnly swear
I, Sarah Hurd, do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the state of Florida,
and the state of Florida,
that I'm duly qualified to hold office under the Constitution of the state,
that I'm duly qualified to hold office under the Constitution of the state,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
perform the duties of Martin County Commissioner District 4,
perform the duties of Martin County Commissioner District 4,
on which I'm about to enter.
on which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you, hon. Thank you very much. It's an extraordinary pleasure and privilege to be here again. I want to thank everyone for your continued support for 20 years. I want to especially thank those who gave unconditional support. I want to say hi to my mother, Audrey, who's watching from Illinois, and my sister Ann, hey Ann, and to Jeffrey. Jeffrey has been a stalwart supporter of mine, and Jeffrey also doesn't like sharing the spotlight. A couple weeks ago, Don Donaldson and I were speaking on the phone, and at that time we were unaware of my mobility. And Don said, "Good news, Sarah. I've been told that you can be sworn in remotely." And I told Jeffrey, and he thought it was the best idea he'd ever heard, and we didn't do that. So thank you very much. So a bit of explanation about why I'm using a walker today. 3 weeks ago, I went to Illinois to visit my mother and to take care of her, and as is my daily habit, in the morning I went out for a run, and I went by a house that I've gone by many times before, and sometimes there's a dog chained out in the front yard, a very, very big, aggressive dog. And every single time I went by that house where that dog was chained, he was extremely aggressive and lunged at me, snarled at me, growled at me, and every time I was so grateful that he was chained up. And last 2 Tuesdays ago, he was chained up and he broke his chain and came at me and lunged at me, and I thought that it was possible he was going to kill me. So I feel extremely fortunate that I just have a broken pelvis, and I'm on the mend, and I expect to be fully recovered by Christmas. So I'm very grateful to that. Over the last 2 weeks, I've had the time to indulge in some sedentary activities that I normally wouldn't pursue, like watching TV. Until now, I hadn't had the opportunity to tune in to much of what is currently the most popular television show in America, Yellowstone. Last Sunday, I accidentally caught a marathon of season 4 of Yellowstone in advance of season 5's long, much-awaited episode 1, which was on Sunday night. So I binged-watched Yellowstone last Sunday, all afternoon. Here's the condensed storyline. A handsome, intrepid pioneer family settles into Montana wilderness 100 years ago. They eke out a living on that hard scrabble land. They work hard, they prosper, they own the mountains and the chaparrals and the prairies and the rivers of wild Montana. They punch cows, they round up wild mustangs. They protect the land, they respect the land, they revere the land. They live with the land, not on it. It's harsh and it's remote, it's overlooked until it's discovered by modern, very rich investors from California and New York who look at that virgin land and see opportunity. Millionaires and billionaires, strangers sweep in, looking to exploit and profit by turning their wilderness into a rich man's playground. They have big plans to go with their big money. Their big plans are eased by compliant local and state politicians who are signaling their willingness to transform the mountains and the chaparrals and the rivers into a global rich man's playground. And so, the patriarch of the pioneer family is forced to act boldly to save his family and to protect their land. Spoiler alert, the patriarch wins the governor's race in Montana. One of the appeals of Yellowstone is its relatability. The rate and the ease in which we're losing our wild places is unprecedented. We look at the entire state of California and we look at all of South Florida and we hold our noses in distaste and disbelief. 100 years ago, those places were incredibly beautiful. 100 years in history is the blink of an eye. And yet, we continue to transform our wild places, our rural places, our overlooked places. Politicians can always find good reasons to convert and to transform these places. Often economic opportunity, always an enhanced tax base. At what cost? In Martin County, we're at a crossroads, the likes of which we have never experienced. Large-scale investor profit-taking south of us is simply not scalable anymore. They've run out of land. Barring a recession the next 4 years, here are going to be precedent-setting. Wealthy investors are going to be looking to profit here. For 42 years, we've relied upon our comprehensive plan to guide us and to protect us. Our walls couldn't come tumbling down because the comprehensive plan stood strict sentinel. You want to build a town in western Martin County? Sorry, the comprehensive plan won't allow it. You want to fill in wetlands? Sorry, the comprehensive plan won't allow it. You want to build an amazing rooftop garden restaurant on the 5th floor or 6th floor? Sorry, the comprehensive plan won't allow it. All 5 of our commissioners, all 5 of us, know what Martin County residents want. It's our solemn responsibility to deliver on that mandate. We Martin Countians need to determine our future. We need to make sure that strangers or fickle market forces don't chart our destiny. When I first ran for office 20 years ago, my platform was simple, honest, unambiguous. Clean up our rivers, control growth, control taxes. Those are still my top priorities. We live in a wonderful place. Our future is rosy. Martin County is different. Let's keep it this way. Thank you.
Very deserving. They may try to skip your name, but thank God you're here for 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. Can you get rid of those?
Thank you for all of that to our new duly elected commissioners. At this time, we are going to take a break until 10 o'clock. So please stay with us, stick around, and then we will start our commission meeting on or about 10 o'clock. And if you want to come out to the lobby and join us out there, we'd very much appreciate it. So again, thank you everybody for attending this morning, and we will see you at 10 o'clock for our regular county commission meeting.
To reset the audio setting before we turn it on.
Oh, a good white wall.
I think you should be like,
Actually, lifting
the seal up.
No, I just.
Do you want to straighten out that shot?
I don't know, what's the best thing for you?
You're on.
Okay, everybody, good morning. Welcome back. We had our swearing in of our two commissioners, Commissioner Hurd and Commissioner Heatherington this morning, and we're starting our meeting here at 10 o'clock for our regular reorganization meeting, followed by our agenda for our November 22nd, 2022 BOCC meeting. Do we still have Pastor Blaine Albright with us? No, he left. He left? Okay, so if we just take a moment of silence, and we'll follow that by the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we will have our 5:05 public comment. We have an additional item, department item number 5, approval of the interlocal agreement among the medical examiner, the trustees of the Indian River State College, Indian River County, St. Lucie County, Martin County, and Okeechobee County regarding the proposed medical examiner's facility. There are no consent polls at this time, and there are no additional items other than department item number 5. So we need a motion for the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I will move approval of the agenda with additional items, departmental number 5.
Second. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All is opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So I think what we will do we want to go into reorg right now, or do we want to do public and? Your decision, thank you, great, super. Okay, so let's do public comment first, then we'll come to commissioners, and then we'll go into reorg. So our first public speaker this morning we have is Ms. Goodrich from the Business Development Board, followed by Darlene Van Riper. Good morning.
Good morning, Joan Goodrich with the Business Development Board, here to speak to Agenda Item Department 2 and support the Martin County CRA Board and staff recommendations to you to establish the CRA investment program. The proposed program certainly fits the mission of the CRA to encourage sustainable economic investments and help support local businesses in the CRA district. I just read an article about economic development, which reminded me that it's not just about making investments in infrastructure and developments, but people, partnerships, and places matter, like our CRA neighborhoods. This proposed new program hits all three while encouraging our local businesses and property owners to accelerate investments in their own CRA districts. The timing of the program may also be quite insightful. Like we saw during the pandemic, district businesses and property owners may see this new program as the impetus to take the step now to invest in their businesses and facilities. And when they do, the ultimate benefits of enhanced community character, vibrancy, and increased economic activity benefits us all. Therefore, I encourage you to accept the CRA board's and staff's recommendations to establish the program that's being funded by the tax increment funds being generated from each district participating. I thank you for all you do for economic development and wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you very much. Ms. Van Riper? That's the last public speaker form I have. If anybody else would like to speak at the commission at this time, please get your form into the bailiff. Good morning.
Good morning. I've got stuff. Okay. Darlene Van Riper, I'm representing the Martin County Taxpayers Association this morning. I have here the information provided by the CRA director regarding the proposed CRA investment program. It says that the agency would like to introduce an additional strategy. Shouldn't it be the neighborhood advisory committees making the suggestions? This process was meant to be bottom-up, not top-down. The program objectives such as revitalize and activate CRA centers, spur new commercial activity, attract, assist, and retain businesses, stimulate private investment, and enhancement of the quality of life for citizens are so general, this program could go on in perpetuity. The program guidelines are a bit questionable as well. The improvements to be made are to be visible from the right-of-way. Does that mean to only paint the front of the building? Only one award per property or business is to be made. What if that doesn't accomplish the task? The programs, an item such as business retention is objectionable in our view. Not business retention, but underneath it, activities such as merchandising and advertising are included. How's that going to be seen from the right-of-way? And are we going into the business consulting now? Grants are to be 80% CRA dollars and only 20% private investment. Is that really enough of a commitment from the business owner? The proposal also states that if approved, it is to be marketed and implemented by staff. We don't doubt that the efforts to market the program once approved will be more successful than the presentations for its approval. We all know that only a handful of residents and business owners within the CR areas attend the NAC meetings. And perhaps that's their fault. I've spoken with a number of business owners who have never heard of this subversion of their TIF dollars. And while the Martin County Taxpayers Association wholeheartedly supports the idea of the CRA and the NACs, we cannot in good conscience be in favor of a project that simply looks like creative bureaucracy in an attempt to perpetuate a program that may have fulfilled its mission. It's picking winners and losers, simply put. When businesses are facing multitude of challenges such as staffing, inflation, and supply, is this really the best use of their money? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else like to address us at this time for public comment? Seeing none, we'll come back to the board. Commissioner Jenkins, you have anything this morning?
Just want to congratulate Commissioner Heatherington and Commissioner Hurd for their reelection, and looking forward to the next years ahead of us.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Heatherington?
No, I just appreciate being here and everybody's support. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Campy?
I'll echo Commissioner Jenkins and congratulate and welcome back Commissioner Hurd and Commissioner Heatherington, and wish Commissioner Hurd a speedy and complete recovery.
Very good. Commissioner Hurd?
Yeah, we mailed out ballots to my Rocky Point neighborhood about speed limits last month, and we received the results. We mailed out 1,519 ballots. We received back 630 ballots. Those were sent to the supervisor of elections in order to assure objectivity, impartiality. So we got the results back in, and the votes to leave as is on Cuban, Williams Way, and Robertson were 65% were in favor of maintaining that 35 mile per hour speed limit, 411 votes. And votes to change back to 25 miles per hour, which is what it was back in the early 90s. Only 35% of my neighbors voted for that reduction, 219. So the speed limits on Horseshoe Point Road will remain 30, and on Cuban and Williams Way and Robertson, they will remain 35 miles per hour, as per the wishes of the electorate in Rocky Point. Thank you.
That's a great return. Nothing much to add other than, again, congratulations to both of our newly re-elected commissioners. And I would like to do a special call out to Commissioner Campy. This past Sunday, there was a service for Larry Massing, our former building department director, and if you weren't there, Ed did a phenomenal job, as he always does in those instances. I think you're missing your calling, quite honestly, but he represented the county incredibly well. He represented his constituents very well, and to the family of Larry Massing and everybody who attended. Ed, you did a phenomenal job, so thank you
very much.
very,
It's a
very
tough
much for
job,
that. Also in the worst of weather that you could have. But we had a packed house up at Tuckahoe Mansion, probably close to 400 or 500 people, and it was really great to see the community come out on a day that was just nasty in weather, but to pay Larry their regrets and so on. So
The
anyway.
sister-in-law was outstanding. I mean, there wasn't a dry eye in the audience. She really,
All of the speakers.
it was very moving. Yeah, absolutely.
And it was very well done. Everybody's comments were spot on, and Ed, you did a great job.
Thank you.
So thank you. So our first order of business this morning, other than Commissioner, Mr. Donaldson, do you have anything to add?
I did have three really quick things. First was to congratulate Commissioners Hurd and Hetherington on your reelection and swearing in. And two, also on behalf of your staff, thank Commissioner Campy for those words for Larry, and that's most appreciative. And lastly, I do have Public Works, our coastal division, is going to give us a brief update at the end of the meeting during my comments. So just giving you a heads up on that. Thank you.
Great. Ms. Woods?
Just to, again, reiterate congratulations to Commissioners Hetherington and Hurd, and nothing at this time. Thank you.
Okay. So our first order of business this morning, we will go into reorganization. And the first order of reorganization is to appoint our new chair for the year and our vice chair. So we need a motion to...
Do you want to do them separately or together?
We'll do them separately. So we need a motion for our chair for the 22-23 year. Commissioner Hetherington?
I will move our Vice Chair, Commissioner Campy, take the role of Chair.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Is there any discussion? Anybody from the public on that? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Campy. And the next order of business, and then we'll move some chairs around, and we'll let Ed take over the rest of the hearing, is to do vice chair. We need a motion for vice chair. Commissioner Hetherington?
I will move that Commissioner Jenkins, you kind of got gypped during COVID, I think, so I would move that Commissioner Jenkins serve as Vice Chair.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second for vice chair for Commissioner Jenkins. Are there any further discussion on that? Anybody from the public? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All is opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Commissioner Jenkins. You will be vice chair. And if you give us just 2 seconds, we will swap out chairs and Ed will resume reorganization.
I'm going to stay.
I hate to give up my corner.
No, I don't. I am happy to take your corner. Such a nice place down there.
Let's see here. So much here. 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I don't know what I unplugged. So Commissioner Hurd, what happened to the dog?
That's what I asked.
The laws are different in every state, and the laws did not favor me in Illinois.
They're what? They're not what?
The laws are different in every state, and the laws did not favor me in Illinois.
Really? Yeah, I was gonna say, I'll come back to this stuff afterwards. Harold, this is your one.
Oh, I got no room here. What's up?
That's yours.
Over there you go.
Yeah.
All your wires and cords?
I'm gonna get it when we take our break.
Okay.
And I'll take this out too.
It's been a while since you've done this, right?
Yes.
I'll help you out.
Thank you very much. Whisper in my ear. First off, let me begin by saying thank you very much to my colleagues for your belief in me for doing this. I appreciate it very much. It's an honor. Secondly, congratulations to Commissioner Jenkins as Vice Chair. You can always lean in and whisper in my ear if you sense I'm doing something or I'm missing something. I appreciate that. We can just continue with the meeting. The only thing I would tell you is that what I'd hoped to do during the year as chair, for people that are not familiar, you just watched a very smooth transition there. It's primarily ceremonial. Most of what the chair gets to do, you see, which is organize and run, hopefully, an efficient meeting. What I will promise my colleagues is a very fair conversation and debate. We've already been working very closely together and towards that goal of, keeping it really collegial and respectful of each other, even if our opinions disagree. I will tell the public that I'm a big proponent of public participation and comment. I know that sometimes we get into this gray area about applause and cheering and booing. I personally lean in that if people want to applaud or, something that's a little more of a friendly in nature type of gesture, I don't have an issue with that. I believe that booing and sort of disrespectful speech, it lowers the whole process. It lowers the conversation. It lowers what we're here to do. And I would tell you, and I'm sure my colleagues would agree, the public doesn't want to see us do that. They don't want to see our community and our board or our staff engage in that kind of back and forth. So we would be working closely on that. Because I think, any of us that have ever come before the board or any board, it can be intimidating. It can be a little, you can be nervous. And so to have then on top of that, to have people behind you potentially booing you or offering negative comments, I don't think that's fair to the people that come forward to have their voice heard, whether their opinion is agreed upon or not. So we can definitely do that. And then just as something that I really wanted to, and I've been working at it, and I know many of, if not all of my colleagues are as well, I'd like to make 2023 the year that we really have more than a conversation, where we have legitimate action on addressing our housing issues. There are a multitude of ways that the county, the staff, the private community, the not-for-profit community, we can rally together and assist in that. There's easy decisions. If we were thinking about the fruit tree, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit that would be easy for us to achieve that will offer benefit and results to citizens that are struggling to find some housing options. Then there's some mid-tree hanging fruit that we can work on. And then some of the most controversial issues we don't have to address. We don't have to get into them, so that we can keep the conversation and the action of that conversation moving forward. So with that, we have the rest of the reorganization. Ms. Gordon, I see that you have it. We'll run through as you bring the screens up, correct?
Yes. This is for the chairman's signature plate for check signing purposes, to use it until the new one arrives.
Commissioner Smith.
Move that we authorize the newly elected chair and vice chair to be our signatories in the absence of that. Any list commissioner that is not available, or is available, right?
Is available, yes.
Is available.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Heatherington. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Let the record show that my first vote was a unanimous vote, so we're off to a good start.
That's it.
Ms. Gordon?
For the local planning agency, Commission Districts 2 and 4 will name their appointees.
Is this an old light?
It'll be a new light as soon as they're done.
Okay. Commissioner Heatherington, are you prepared now to name your new appointee?
Sure. Difficult to find willing volunteers in this environment, but first I wanted to thank my LPA representative of the last 4 years, Joe Flanagan. He served well, and he enjoyed it, appreciated it. He's retired and is going to go off and serve on many more boards, and I will credit him too. I think other than his last knee surgery, the last meeting, he had perfect attendance. And that's something I think we would probably look at the LPA, because oftentimes there's only 3 members. So thank you, Joe Flanagan, for serving and for all your input, and congratulations. And I will name for my District 2 LPA Thomas Campenny.
And my appointee is Jim Moyer.
Commissioner Smith.
And Commissioners, my LPA representative, who has been a super help on a whole bunch of different levels, Cindy Hall, is retiring as well. And in her place, I am appointing Nikki Norton to fill her seat.
Move approval of the appointees to the LPA.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Hurd to appoint Mr. Campenny, Mr. Moyer, and Ms. Norton to the LPA as their representatives, and it was seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. I'm sensing a trend. Okay.
Board of Zoning Adjustment, Commission Districts 2 and 4.
Commissioner Hurd, can you tell us who your...
Move approval, or rather, my appointee is going to be Jay Honan.
Okay. Commissioner Heatherington,
I will be keeping my same appointee as well.
which is?
Cabell? Cabell? Cabell, yeah.
Mr., Mrs.?
McVeigh.
Mr., yeah. McVeigh, that's it.
Otherwise, somebody else was going to get the job. Mr.
You need a motion for that?
Yes, please.
I would move those appointments.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith to have it be Mr. Jay Honan and Mr. McVeigh, and seconded by Commissioner Heatherington. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Can
Motion.
I point out, I'm sorry, finish your sentence. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I was just going to,
Sorry.
does it
It's-
change the vote?
No.
Okay, then vote passes unanimously.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Local Planning Agency, your appointee, Ms. Norton, she's also on the Community Historic Preservation Board. So technically, she can serve on the LPA, but if they would have to wear the hat of the Fair Housing Board, she would have to not vote,
That's fine.
just so everybody knows.
Thank you.
Thank you for clearing that up. Ms. Gordon, what else do you have?
Infamous.
Oh, the chart.
While you mention that, I have, Mr. Campenny serves on the PRAB board for District 2, so he will be rolling off that, resigning off of that, and I will be appointing Rosie Shepherd.
Rosacea.
Rosie.
Shepherd.
So we have to vote on that then? You want to make a motion for that?
I will move that we appoint Rosie Shepherd to the Parks Rec Advisory Board.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Heatherington to appoint Miss Rosie Shepherd to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. This is for the people that are following along at home, I know that this is an exciting time. This is the list of commission representation on all sorts of boards and committees and groups. Some of them are handled by members of staff. Others are specific with criteria that certain commissioners have to serve based on their districts. Others are completely, choice or voluntary. So there's a lot of different ways we can do this. Maybe what we'll do, since we've sort of rubber stamped it the last couple of years, is I'll just announce it. If someone is interested in trying something else, or someone wants to try it, they can make mention. Access 67 initiative is a statewide initiative about bringing internet service, they call it the divide, for areas that don't have internet access. I have been serving on it because most of, a good chunk of District 5, but now also District 3, has either served or zero internet access. And in an age of work from home and Zoom school and meetings, we really need to work on it. The governor and the state staff has been really working well. I can keep it, but if someone else is interested in having it. Seeing no one saying anything, I'll keep that. Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, I serve on that. I mean, that's one of my sweet spots. If anyone wants to take it, they can, but I would prefer to keep it. Thank you. Airport Noise Advisory Committee has been very well handled by Commissioner Hurd for quite a long time. Commissioner Hurd, are you interested in keeping it?
Sure.
Okay, anybody have an issue with that? Moving right along. The Arts Council has been Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Smith, are you interested in keeping it?
I would.
Everybody okay with that? Okay, the Business Development Board has been Commissioner Jenkins, and we have rotated that around in the past. If there's somebody else that'd like to participate, I know Commissioner Jenkins has done a very good job. Would you like to keep it?
I would, yeah.
Okay, everybody comfortable with that? The Canvassing Board normally is rotated out. It was Commissioner Jenkins and I was the alternate. It happens to be, there won't be anything for 2023 unless something comes up, but normally it would be the commissioners that are not going to be in the future election cycle. So officially, it can only be Commissioner Hurd and Commissioner Heatherington.
Happy to volunteer as the chair.
Me too.
Okay, so chairs or substitute and alternate. So do you want to be the chair of that? Do you want to be the alternate, Commissioner Hurd?
Happy to do either. Happy to serve.
Same. Chair's fine.
Okay, do we have a coin? You have a coin on you?
I don't.
Why don't we just appoint Commissioner Hurd chair, and I'll be the alternate?
Okay, no, that's fine. You both said the same thing, so I want to be as fair as possible. Commissioner Hurd, you'll be the chair of representing us on the canvassing board, and Commissioner Heatherington, thank you. You will be the alternate. Children's Services Council, again, we have Commissioner Hurd, who's done a very good job for a long time. Commissioner Heatherington is also the alternate there. Do you want to maintain your positions? Do you want to switch them? And
Happy to serve.
okay, so let's do this in this vision of fairness. Commissioner Hurd is the chair of the canvassing board, so we'll switch it so that Commissioner Heatherington is our representative and Commissioner Hurd will be our alternate.
If that's the case, I'd rather give up the chair of the canvassing board. I really would like to stay on the Children's Services Council as the appointee rather than the alternate.
Fine.
Okay, so Donna, please make that Commissioner Heatherington is the chair of the canvassing board with Commissioner Hurd as the alternate, and Commissioner Hurd will stay on as our primary representative of the Children's Services Council, and Commissioner Heatherington will maintain her position as alternate. The Circuit 19 Juvenile Justice Board was formerly known as the Juvenile Justice Council, which I think is like a Marvel thing. That will stay as being represented by Michelle Miller. Is everybody okay with that? Yes. Thank you. Continuing Florida Aviation System Planning Process Steering Committee, which is really a coveted spot. It's currently handled for us by Sam Carver, our airport manager. Anybody looking to take that position? Stays this up. Commissioner Smith.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
If anybody wants to swap out anything or change anything, just say aye. I'm more than happy to keep what I have instead of going down through the whole list if it would save some time.
Okay. Everybody comfortable with that? Is there people that have some, we can just address the ones that need to be addressed? Commissioner Hurd?
Once again, I just want to signal my willingness to serve as the appointee for the County Coalition for Responsible Management of Lake Okeechobee, and also the MPO, and also Palomar.
Okay, so let's take them one at a time. Ms. Gordon, can you bring up the first one Commissioner Hurd mentioned, the County Coalition for Responsible Management of Lake Okeechobee, St. Lucie, and the Caloosahatchee Estuaries and Lake Worth Lagoon. It is currently with Commissioner Smith, and Commissioner Hurd's the alternate. Commissioner Hurd has requested to not be the alternate, you're saying? You'd want to be the primary?
Just want to signal my willingness to take that position. Yep.
Commissioner Smith?
I'd like to keep it, but that's me.
Well, let's see, that's why when we go one at a time, so we'll hang on to that for the time being. The next one was what, Commissioner Hurd?
MPO.
Okay, I think there's a couple of commissioners, the Commissioner Smith in District 1, considering he is adjacent to St. Lucie County, has to serve, correct? Commissioner Jenkins, considering he's adjacent to all counties, new land grab, he has to be on it. Commissioner Heatherington is, where?
Some priorities that we're working
Yes.
through to get.
Okay, so in the spirit of participation in allowing people to have new opportunities, I will yield my position on the Metropolitan Planning Organization to Commissioner Hurd.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Palmar.
Yep,
Palmar.
yeah.
Are you sure?
What do you, it's up to you.
Now, I've done it for 3 years, and you can't have you can have an alternate.
Yeah, I'm the alternate.
Okay, let's flip it then.
Want to?
Good luck.
Okay.
So,
I know it's been a challenge, and so it's.
speak into your mics.
I obviously want to still be involved with it and be up to speed with what's going on, but I get it, absolutely.
Okay. Question for our attorney. If Commissioner Hurd and Commissioner Jenkins are both publicly representing the board, and the meeting for Palmar is a public meeting, if Commissioner Jenkins is the alternate, is he allowed to speak at the meeting and make his comments known? And
Commissioner Hurd's done, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
And
it's
I
not
int-
like you're quietly sitting, you can still participate in a public meeting of the Palmar Board.
I intend to.
Yes, sir. And then a representative of my office would ensure that they were not communicating about something that might come before them, but merely expressing their opinions is certainly within the bounds of sunshine.
Okay, so I think that was a fair shakeout, how it, in my mind, the County Coalition for Responsible Management of Lake Okeechobee, St. Lucie, Caloosahatchee estuaries, and the Lake Worth Lagoon will stay with Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Hurd will take my spot on the Metropolitan Planning Organization. Commissioner Hurd will take the primary spot on the Palmar Water Control District Board of Supervisors, switching positions with Commissioner Jenkins, who will then become the alternate. I hope my colleagues saw that as a fair distribution. Any others? What?
I was going to make a motion for all that.
Well,
I
let's see
just
if there's
wanted to add-
anything else.
Could we have an alternate on the TDC? Because I would like to participate as the alternate on the Tourism Development Council.
I'm looking at Donna. I don't know whether the ordinance provides for an alternative. I don't believe so.
Well, if it doesn't mention it, it doesn't mention that you can't then either.
No,
I'm not a lawyer, but I
that isn't how it works.
Can we change the ordinance?
I'll be happy to look into it.
so let's do this.
I have a willingness not to serve as chair, but to become more involved, so potentially in the future, I could serve on the TDC.
Yeah, I like the sound of that, and just like we have 2 members on a Palmar and 2 members on other organizations, I think that, why don't we do this? We'll make a motion on all of the changes that we've made, including, if possible, the opportunity to add an additional alternate spot on the Tourist Development Council, which then, if it is allowed, will be Commissioner Heatherington. Does that work for my colleagues?
Move all the appointments that have been discussed and agreed upon.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Gordon, are you comfortable? You got everything that we said? Very well. We have a motion by Commissioner Smith to accept the recommendations that have been presented, seconded by Commissioner Heatherington. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. I would like to compliment my colleagues. There have been times when this has been a very challenging process. I think that speaks to us trying to get along. So with that in mind, Ms. Gordon, you're recognized.
2023 meetings. I don't know which,
Can you go back to it?
oh, you want the calendar? Okay.
Move approval of the calendar?
1 second, please. May, I'm looking at May. The green are the meetings. The yellow is a holiday.
Yes.
Do we normally meet directly after a holiday?
No, but a commissioner is out on the 23rd, and there's another reason for the 16th.
Oh.
I don't remember.
My son will be commissioning from the Naval Academy that week.
Okay. And then a commissioner will be out the 23rd, so.
So, but let me work it out. Let's leave it as is, but I would just ask my colleagues that if I can't work those dates around that we have the possibility of potentially shifting or something, or, some of our meetings last a couple of hours if we have to actually consolidate some things. I'm obviously not going to miss my son's commissioning.
And they're
And
not going to switch that date either?
Pretty sure the Naval Academy is not going to let us, I could tell them I have a prior commitment, but, I'm not sure how that'll go over because they call it the Navy needs, not your needs. So with that in mind, I'll get back to you. So we have a motion by, can we scroll up and look at the rest of it? Everybody comfortable with the rest of it? It's hard to look out a year ahead of time and see that.
I've sent these out.
No, I understand, but I mean, even if you sent them, it's still, looking into the future of knowing what could be happening or not happening. So, where are the joint meetings? Oh, in blue, March 30th, June 15th, and October 19th. Budget workshops are July 17th and 18th. Okay, Commissioner Smith, does your motion still stand? We don't have a second yet.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion to accept the calendar for 2023 by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Chairman, move approval of the board-approved holidays and the other as noted.
Okay.
If you're so inclined to add August 5th as a holiday,
Which is?
that's when Martin County was considered official in 1925. No?
That's the first I'm hearing of it. I'm just taking a moment
Well,
to
it's the
take it
plaque
in.
on the fourth floor.
What?
The plaque is on the fourth floor.
Okay, no, I'm not doubting you. I'm wondering if that rises to the occasion. We could say that every 100 years they staff. I don't know. I'm open to hearing from my colleagues.
Well, this year, it's innocuous because it's on a Saturday. But if it was on a Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday, it would be more problematic. So I would just forego making it a holiday.
Hey, we could be, very benevolent and say that August 5th is a day that our staff can have off.
If it's a Saturday.
No.
That's the details. We're still allowing our staff to be off on August 5th. There was a rumor that we were going to ask everybody to come in that day, so. It's like when at Chick-fil-A, they say you can have all the shakes you can drink every Sunday. Okay, so we're just going to leave that alone, but I'm sure your colleagues and your coworkers are happy with you, Donna. Thank you.
I tried. And you're asked to readopt your rules of procedure.
Okay,
Move
any,
approval of the rules and procedures unless Dawn has any changes or Sarah has any changes.
Second.
Mr. Donaldson, any changes, any clarification? Ms. Woods, any changes or clarifications? Can we at least scroll past, the board is familiar with a lot of these, but people that are following along at home might be interested in. Can you give us at least a brief description of what this is, Ms. Gordon?
It's how we're supposed to conduct ourselves at meetings and.
Everybody.
Everybody. The rules, the quasi-complicated mess that is. And they're
Okay.
online.
Okay, so the rules, if anyone's interested in seeing these, it's how we vote, the motions, some of these. I will do one line of clarification. A lot of people ask me, they're like, you're not following Robert's rules of how meetings are conducted, and we do not strictly follow Robert's rules. We have a modified version of them, correct, Ms. Woods? Yes, correct. Okay, so when people challenge us that, they are very familiar with Robert's rules and they see us do something contrary, that's because we do sort of a version thereof. This is also how votes can be reconsidered. I know that every once in a while that becomes an issue. Required attendance of officials during the pandemic had been changed for a while, that meetings could meet a quorum. And that's not just our meeting, that's advisory meetings as well, where you can't necessarily zoom in. You can if it doesn't make a quorum, correct? The annual organization meeting we're doing now, scheduling, the order of business of the meetings, cancellations. I know sometimes we've had some, especially in natural disasters. We've had special meetings or done things like that. All the people that have questions on how we are able to do those things, they fall into this category right here. It was, the motion was made by Commissioner Smith to accept staff's recommendation as it's presented. It was seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That's it, Ms. Gordon?
That's it.
Thank you very much for, I know we breezed through it, and I know it takes a lot of work behind the scenes, and I thank you. Okay. We reorganized just like that, and it's only 10:45. Our first public hearing is quasi-judicial hearing number 1, request for a zoning district change by Jeremiah Barron Development LLC, G076-004. Good morning. Our first agenda item with the new board, Ms. Daphne Schwab. Say it again? Schwab. Okay. Nice to see you. It's quasi-judicial, so we have some work to do. Commissioner Smith, can you help me through this process, please?
I don't know.
Whisper. Commissioner Smith needs to sit next to me. He has a year worth of whispering to me to just sort of knock me off my game a little bit.
No. I have ex parte and they are filed.
No, you're getting ahead of yourself now. I was only kidding about that other part. Commissioner Smith, do you have any ex parte?
I do, and they're filed.
Thank you. Commissioner Heatherington.
If any, they've been filed.
Commissioner Jenkins.
They've been filed.
Commissioner Hurd.
I have none, and they've been filed.
Thank you. I did have some, and I filed them. Anyone that will be offering any testimony other than attorneys, please stand to be sworn in. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Are there return receipts required? And if not, or if you have submitted them, if you could state that for the record, sir.
Good morning. For the record, Bob Raines here on behalf of the applicant. We turned in the return receipts at the LPA meeting. It was a dual notice. So I'd like for the record to reflect that.
Thank you. Miss, do you have a copy of your resume and a copy of the agenda item, which for the year that I am chair, we will be calling smithing? Because I know how much Commissioner Smith loves the fact that we ridiculously print this over and over again. But it is just, has to be done that way, correct?
Well, that's an opinion.
Well, we could get a legal opinion.
We have that,
Okay.
but that's why
So it's a legal opinion.
there's other opinions.
Okay. They don't elevate to legal opinion. That being said, I believe we are,
Elise Elder, Deputy County Attorneys, just asked if there are interveners.
oh. Anyone interested in intervening in
They
this?
would have had to apply already.
I was going to get there. Thank you. Ma'am, you are recognized.
Thank you.
Get used to hearing that. I like that.
Okay, thank you. This is a request by Barron Landings LLC. G076-004 to rezone 4.63 acres from PUDC to general commercial GC, and to terminate the current commercial planned unit development Golf World zoning designation, which is no longer appropriate given the specificity of that PUD and the business, which is no longer in operation. The subject parcel is 4.63 acres in size and located at former Golf World Entertainment Facility on the east side of State Road 76 and Canner Highway, which is 6801 South Canner Highway, south of Salerno Road in Stewart, and part of a larger 26.06 acre lot. The property is designated, I could be showing you guys. There you go. The property is designated general commercial on the future land use map of the Comprehensive Growth Management Plan. This site is currently zoned As I said, Golf World, PUD, compatible with the general commercial future land use and does not require a mandatory zoning change. In this case, however, a zoning change is requested to address a change in ownership and circumstances regarding the existing Golf World business no longer active on the site. The Golf World business closed last November after the owners retired and sold the property to the applicant. The current owner would like to develop 4.63 acres of the property with commercial uses, including but not limited to retail and restaurant facilities. The remainder of the property, approximately 21.43 acres, which is this piece right here, where I lost my place, is subject to a separate comprehensive plan amendment currently under staff review to amend the existing general commercial future land use to a high-density residential and to accommodate a multifamily apartment project. A rezoning application will also terminate the Golf World PUD and will be submitted under separate cover. The subject parcel and all surrounding abutting properties have the general commercial future land use designation, so this whole area around here. The zoning district on the property is currently the Golf World PUDC, and the amendment is to rezone the parcel surrounded in red in the GC zoning district, so just this 4-acre piece in here. There are 2 separate zoning categories available to implement the general commercial future land use policies and the comprehensive plan. These are the CC Community Commercial and the GC General Commercial Districts. In addition to the standard zoning, a new PUD is also available as another option. Both the potential zoning districts are compatible with the current future land use designations. The 2 potential zoning districts have similar development standards, with the exception that the CC limits maximum building coverage at 50% and the GC limits it at 60%. The CC limits the maximum building height at 30 feet and the GC limits it at 40 feet. And finally, the CC requires a minimum of 30% open space, and the GC requires 20%. And that's all available on this slide right here. So very similar. Staff has concluded that the requested GC district is an appropriate zoning district with respect to the application of the goals, objectives, and policies of the Martin County Comprehensive Growth Management Plan, land development regulations, and county codes. The GC zoning district requested by the applicant implements the general commercial future land use designation assigned to the parcel on the future land use map. Staff recommends approval. This concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. You did a very nice job. My colleagues have any questions for staff? Mr. Schilling, would you like to add something?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul Schilling, Growth Management Director. So this item was heard by the local planning agency last Thursday on the 17th, and the LPA voted 2-2 for staff's recommendation, which is the same recommendation you just heard this morning.
Thank you, but a 2-2 means that it fails, correct? Tie fails?
It does. It doesn't recommend approval or denial, it's just a tie.
Okay. That's part of the conversation that we were having, that LPA, Commissioner Hetherington was talking about attendance at the LPA. I do remember last year that when I was reviewing in my prep for our meeting, quite often there was not a full board of LPA members. I hope that I looked at my representatives' attendance and it looked pretty good. I know that Commissioner Hetherington, Joe Flanagan could probably win an award for his, but I would just recommend that our colleagues, reiterate to the people, because I think that's the highest, the most prestigious appointment that we give is to the LPA. And I just I get that sometimes people can't come to meetings, but it creates situations where we are relying on a decision from that board, and in this particular case, we're not going to get it. And then in quite a few other times, it was
3-0.
3-0, 4-0. It's very rare that 5 of them would be there. I'm just using that as an anecdotal statistic, but I just remembered every time going back to look and seeing that there was always someone missing. I don't know if it was the same person or not, but I don't like that. I'd like that it would be 5. So thank you for that update. Applicant's representative, would you like to make a presentation, sir?
Once again, good morning. For the record, Bob Rains here on behalf of the applicant. First of all, we're pleased to say that we do have reviewed the staff report, and we agree with the comments and the conclusions and the recommendation in that staff report. I would again point out, and I think Ms. Schaub, covered it, but I'd like to emphasize the fact that, the existing zoning on this property is really no longer appropriate. It's not a mandatory rezoning, as she stated, but, with the change in ownership and the specificity with respect to that PUD, it just isn't appropriate any longer. And so therefore, we're here today with the request for this smaller portion of the property, and there are the 2 zoning designations, and we think that it absolutely is appropriate to be the GC between the 2, given the location of the property. But let me have Mr. Houston come up and just give a little bit more detail with respect to why the GC is the appropriate zoning designation, and then we'll finish up. But I would ask Mr. Houston if he's been sworn in.
I have.
And if you could also just state your criteria, your reference, work experience
Sure.
and education.
Yep, I'm a landscape architect and a planner with 38 years' experience.
Whispered through that.
In Martin County and all over the world. But I'm happy to be here today. Thank you, Bob. Michael Houston with HCA Design Studio. Congratulations to all. I appreciate the history of Martin County, 100 years. That's amazing. But every time you have a reorganization, that's historic. So today's our first step, and your staff and the team, our team, has worked very closely together to bring forward this first step. You'll be seeing the next step next month, where we talk about the back land use. This piece in the front is commercial. It is on one of the busiest roads in the county. It has remained as a use since the late 1980s. That was an unusual PUD. But I think as staff has done a very good job, there are certain criteria that you follow in a rezoning. And those criteria are listed at the beginning on page 7. Is the rezoning consistent with all the applicable revisions? Is it consistent with the Martin County land development? Is it district compatible with the existing area? And it is compatible. This area, this was a 2-lane road back in the day. It's a 6-lane road now, and it's one of the main thoroughfares in Martin County. Commercial is across the street from us. It is to the north of us. To the south is our own property, which is the piece that will be the subject of the land use amendment. And it's a very appropriate place for CG. The condition change, the documented changes are, even in Martin County, are quite amazing when you look at the population when the Golf World project got approved. And we resulted in demands on public infrastructure. One of the great things about this site is this is infill. This is classic infill. It's the beginning of another use, an appropriate use, and a lot of the criteria deal with that as it compares to urban sprawl, which this is not urban sprawl. And then lastly, F, is it to the extent the proposed zoning result in a logical, timely, and orderly development pattern? It does, and it shows the evolution of uses. And as staff has mentioned, the owners have retired, and there's a different use here. So this is the first step. We appreciate working with staff on all of this, and you'll hear more about it next month. And we're here for any questions. Thank you, and thanks, staff.
Mr. Houston, thank you very much. Questions from my colleagues for the applicant's representatives? Seeing none? Any members of the public interested in speaking to us about this agenda item? Also seeing none, it would come back to the board. Commissioner Smith.
Staff's recommendation.
I'm sorry?
Move staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by, oh, now?
Yeah.
Commissioner Hurd?
Yeah, my concerns about this parcel, and they are considerable, are for the future. There is now a comprehensive plan amendment that seeks to change the general commercial to residential. And residential is never compatible with general commercial. And yet that's precisely what we're contemplating doing, is changing to commercial and then putting an incompatible residential use adjacent. I think we're putting the cart before the horse. I think that we can't consider these in silos, that we can't consider them in vacuums, because they're going to have impacts, consequences. The next step is the whole parcel, the 21 acres plus the 4 acres, under the same ownership?
Yes. Is that a question for staff?
Yeah.
The answer.
Yes.
Oh, you have to, yeah.
So why is this coming to us piecemeal? It should be considered as a whole, because it's one parcel.
It is one parcel, Commissioner Hurd, but part of it is subject to a future land use map amendment, which is a different procedure than this one. They're going to separate it out. So we have to take it separate. So we're really just focusing on the small property in the front that they're looking for a commercial zoning. And then next month, you'll consider the next step. But we can't mix the two proceedings because they're different. One's legislative, one's quasi-judicial. But today, the only thing before us is this rezoning. So that's the only thing the board should consider, is the competent substantial evidence that's been presented by the staff and the applicant for this particular rezoning. And next month, you'll be able to hear the rest when they bring it forward.
But the proposed change next month is going to be a more significant change. And it logically should have come first, so that we could fairly consider the merits and the consequences of this proposed change.
Are you done?
I think we're going to tie our hands next month. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, just a thought. When I met with the applicants on the commercial piece and how it would maybe play into the future, it reminded me of Willoughby quite a bit with Indian Street, the commercial property that's out on Willoughby, that runs from Willoughby Boulevard on the west side and Indian Street, and then completely adjacent to it is a very high-end condo complex, residential complex that was part of the PUD, I think, for all of Willoughby. And so I thought this was an interesting application. I think its location on Canner and its adjacency to, I say adjacency, its proximity to 95 is certainly an important piece in this puzzle on Canner. And so I think with what we're looking at today, I think it's most appropriate, and I still support my motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Hurd, I hear your concern and your comments, but then I also hear from our attorney that says we are specifically supposed to be reviewing these separately. And so now if I were to take into consideration what you have just said, I will be not doing what I heard our attorney just tell us we needed to do. So I personally feel a little between a rock and a hard place, but, you know, the site, for me personally, addressing the site specifically, what we're seeing today along the Canner Highway corridor works for me. I did have an opportunity to speak to the applicant, have sort of an understanding of what they're looking to do potentially, and an understanding that the applicant is someone who has done successful projects throughout the county. I lean all those things together in my decision-making process. So, any other questions, comments from my colleagues before we address the vote? We have a motion. We have a motion by Commissioner Smith to accept staff's recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Heatherington. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed?
The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Hurd dissenting. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next item is a departmental quasi-judicial number 1, request for the 14th Amendment to the West Jensen Planned Unit Development Agreement, including a revised Phase 1B Master Plan, revised infrastructure plan for parcels 6.0 through 7.0, and a final site plan for parcels 6.4. W038-102, and it will be presented by, this is just trying to trick the new chair, is that what this is all about?
Yeah,
Unless,
Liz will be back on next Monday.
okay, Elizabeth's lost a lot of opportunities for camera time.
Yep.
For us, I
Many
see
more.
our Department Director of Growth Management, Paul Schilling, and Assistant Department Director, is that your title?
Deputy Director.
Deputy, I apologize.
Sorry.
Pete Walden. Will everyone that's going to be offering any testimony please stand to be sworn in?
Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Are there any return receipts that are,
No, sir, none required.
thank you. Are there any interveners?
No, sir.
Do you both have your smithing documents?
Well, I have
Copy of-
mine and Liz
You're doing it?
Nagel's documents along with the agenda item.
Okay,
Mine are on file.
thank you.
Excuse me, Commissioner Campy, Elise Elder, Deputy County Attorney, ex parte communications need to be
There yet.
revealed.
You jumped in ahead of time.
Okay, usually we do that first.
Usually you do that. Commissioner Smith, do you have any ex parte?
If I do, they are filed.
Commissioner Heatherington?
If any, they've been filed.
Commissioner Jenkins?
Have any of them been filed?
Commissioner Hurd?
If I have any, they've been filed.
I don't have any, and I filed that concept. Ms. Elder, how am I doing?
You're doing great.
Thank you so much. We will now recognize the staff for their presentation.
Thank you, sir. Peter Walden, Deputy Growth Management Director, and this is a request by Jensen Beach Land Company for the 14th PUD amendment to the West Jensen PUD. It's a request for a revised master plan, revised parcel 6.0 to 6.8 infrastructure plan, and a parcel 6.4 final site plan approval. This is the subject site. It's on Goldenrod Road, just east of Federal Highway in Jensen Beach. The proposed construction is for 169 residential units. There was a recent land use change to medium density from general commercial and industrial. That was approved on May 17th of 2022. West Jensen is a DRI of Development of Regional Impact that is substantially complete. Its Phase 1B contains approximately 421 acres, and the proposal includes a revision to the master plan to combine existing parcels 6.1 through 6.4 into one parcel 6.4. Parcel 6.4 final site plan contains 25.9 acres of undeveloped land and proposes 169 units, of which 64 will be duplex villas and 105 townhomes. That results in an overall density of 6.5 units per acre, and this is a typo. Medium density permits 8 units per acre. Project provides 60% open space, of which 50% is required. The DRI established preserve areas already through the overall master plan, so no additional preserves were required on site. And included with this application is a second amendment to the reclaimed water agreement for Jensen. This is the final site plan for parcel 6.4. It has its own entrance on Goldenrod Road. It mixes townhomes and duplex villas together. It does have a pedestrian and emergency access on the infrastructure road that is under construction at this time. This is the revised infrastructure plan. It basically is just revised to add additional area to this Lake 4. Development review staff have reviewed the application and find it in compliance with all applicable regulations and the comprehensive growth management plan as detailed in the attached staff report and recommends approval with the following condition. Staff added this condition into the PUD agreement, and I believe the owners, the applicant and the developer have agreed to make drainage improvements to the area. Most people are aware that parts of West Jensen have some flooding issues over the past history, and those will be addressed with this amendment to prior to any building permits. So with that, staff recommends that the board receive and file the agenda item and all attachments, including the staff report as Exhibit 1, and move that the board approve the request for the 14th PUD amendment to the West Jensen PUD, including a revised Phase 1B master plan, revised infrastructure plan for parcels 6.0 through 6.8, and final site plan for parcel 6.4. And move that the board approve the second amendment to the reclaimed water agreement for West Jensen PUD, which basically excludes them from the requirement of using IQ water in this part of the development. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Mr. Walden, thank you very much. Questions for staff from my colleagues? Commissioner Hurd, you're first.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the site plan. Look at parcels 6.8, 6.7, 6.6, and 6.5, I think. They're the adjacent commercial, general commercial uses. Are those vacant and unimproved?
They are part of the infrastructure plan that has been approved, and there's a couple final site plans existing that have been approved for a Wawa and a Chick-fil-A.
That we've already approved?
Correct.
Okay.
Months ago.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Applicant's representative.
Yes, good morning. For the record, my name is Morris Crady, and I have been sworn in. I do have a brief PowerPoint presentation, and while that's being loaded, I also want to congratulate the newly re-elected commissioners, and I wish you a speedy recovery. I've dealt with a dog bite in the past, so it's traumatic, I know. I'm here today on behalf of the West Jensen developer, Jensen Beach Land Company, which is Alberto Micha, and also Mattamy Homes, who is purchasing parcel 6.4 from Jensen Beach Land Company. And we were here in May to change the land use from general commercial on the 25.9 acre tract. And this was originally approved for about 250,000 square feet of industrial and commercial development. And at one time, we did have a shopping center approved on this site. And the parcels in front are the commercial out parcels. But I just wanted to show you this graphic to give you a context of West Jensen. It extends from Green River Parkway, and actually this 80 acres over here was part of the West Jensen PUD. It was donated to the state park. And this large thing here is Port St. Lucie, is owned by General Development Company. It was a reservoir built to allow development in St. Lucie County. It's not part of the property, it's an out parcel. But this is the Jensen Beach Country Club community, Eagle Marsh Golf Course. This is the clubhouse right here in the center. These are the preserve areas throughout West Jensen, comprise about 60% of the property. And these are the various communities that have been established. And part of West Jensen includes the development along US 1, the Lowe's, the BJ's Wholesale Club, Publix, Portofino. These are all part of the West Jensen DRI, which stretches basically from Jensen Beach Boulevard to St. Lucie County line, and then west to the St. Lucie County line. So we're here today to obtain final site plan approval of this tract so that the development can start. And part of that is amending the Phase 1B master site plan. So you can see this is the reconfigured area that we're developing. And to put it in a little closer context, just to reorient you, this is US 1 at the bottom of the screen, and Goldenrod Road at the top of the screen. This is a preserve area, we call it Wetland 15, that stretches from Jensen Beach Boulevard all the way up to the St. Lucie County line, and that's part of West Jensen's preserve area management plan. You can see the parcels in front are approved. This is Chick-fil-A. Wawa has been approved and is under construction. But we are right now in the process of building the infrastructure for the commercial site. And I did see a letter from a resident in Cinnamon Tree about the lake in parcel 7 that may have been presented to you today. That is under construction, that lake. We started construction of that lake in May, and it was dry, believe it or not, during the rainy season, and is now filled up with water, but it's not connected to an outfall yet. So it's a lake that's still under construction. I've had a couple meetings with the Cinnamon Tree Homeowners Association and their residents, and we're assuring them that once that's complete, we're going to put up a 6-foot vinyl fence with no trespassing signs around it. We're going to landscape the area, put up some reflective barriers here so people know there's a lake there. So that is work in progress, and believe me, it's important to Alberto Micha and Tony Palumbo here, it's in the audience, with Mattamy Homes. This is also our entry to the project, so we're going to make sure that all that is done correctly. And one of the comments when we were here with the previous amendment, because parcel 7 was approved as a commercial site, and with the 13th Amendment, we changed that use from a commercial project to a lake to help improve drainage in the area. And I know during that presentation, one of the comments was, how are we going to deal with Goldenrod Road? And Commissioner Smith, I think you were concerned with what happens now is that this snakes down into a single lane. We are proposing to extend a turn lane all the way now to the entry to this new, the new project. So all that is being addressed as part of the Mattamy project, and this is what it's going to look like. We have solid buffers, 30-foot buffers all the way around the site to provide privacy and also to provide compatibility with the adjacent commercial projects along Federal Highway. This is our recreation site. We're not proposing a full access point here, but we do propose emergency access connection point here and a pedestrian connection. So if you live in this project, you can walk to these uses. And we have one of the big changes we made here was expanding the lake. This existing lake is expanded. I think it was built originally to provide drainage for Goldenrod Road. So this lake provides drainage for Goldenrod Road and also the commercial project. So all of this lake construction has to be completed before we get a building permit for Wawa and Chick-fil-A. So we're in that process now. Unfortunately, it's taken longer than usual just due to construction staging the way it is now. It's slower than what it has normally been. So this is the type of product. This is their twin villa unit that Mattamy is proposing. They have some variations in architectural style and texture, but for the most part, these are the the twin villa units that are proposed. Just to go back, let me show you where those are located. The twin villas are located here. These are in this area. We try to amenitize as many as we could along the existing lake. These are the 4 and 5 unit townhome villas proposed. So again, those are the twin villas. This is a 4-unit townhome product. And this is a 5-unit townhome product. Again, there's some variations in colors and textures and stuff that Mattamy allows, but for the most part, that is their product type. So one of the things that was mentioned is the drainage with Jensen Beach Country Club, and let me go over that a little bit more detail, because the concern here is when these lots are right along here, and what happens is no home in Jensen Beach Country Club has ever flooded. I just want to make that clear. When we're talking about flooding, we're talking about flooding on the roadways, and in a few homes here, we're talking about flooding on the driveways. Now, none of that has occurred except in extreme events, and even during the hurricanes. There's no flooding there now. But what's happened over the past 25 years is that there's been a lack of maintenance. There's been construction of Jensen Beach Boulevard. There's been construction downstream that has affected drainage of these lots. And we've committed to doing models that aren't necessarily required, but because Alberto Micha is the master developer and Mattamy Homes, this is their first project in the Martin County, we have agreed to this special condition to go beyond the normal code requirements and evaluate the drainage. And we do have a plan of attack. One of the things that we did right up front was agree not to discharge any additional stormwater into wetland 15. When this project was originally approved, we had a discharge allowance into this wetland, and eventually this wetland's supposed to drain underneath Goldenrod or Jensen Beach Boulevard and out to the south. So we're not adding to that existing problem at all. We increased the amount of open space by converting it from commercial to residential, and we've increased the amount of lakes by converting parcel 7 to a lake, by expanding this existing lake, and by building another lake within the project itself. So we think we've done everything necessary to prove that development of this site is not going to contribute to that matter, but we went beyond the scope and also agreed to the special condition, and we actually have the work done that we're prepared to submit to the county, and we're agreeing to do that before any construction commences on the new project, and then have all the work completed prior to any residential building permits being issued. So that's our commitment. Again, Alberto Micha and Tony Palumbo are committed to producing a project here that the county will be proud of. The conversion of general commercial, I just seen the previous application. There's just less need for commercial retail and shopping centers because of the new, let's just blame Amazon, and the ability for e-commerce in general. So you see more of these conversions, but they're happening in the urban service area, and I think we're providing alternative housing types that can benefit the people in the area and provide housing for workers that want to live and work in Martin County. And with that understanding, I'll be glad to answer any comments.
Commissioner Smith.
Morris, thank you. A couple things. One, to the drainage issues. There's a structure sort of at the northern end of the West Jensen Preserve area that our staff has tried to work very closely, further north.
I think you can go back to overall.
No. Go back to
Are you okay?
the visual. Okay. Keep going. Right there. So anyway, our staff has worked with Eagle Marsh for years on that structure. There were some maintenance issues, and some of the flooding that we have experienced was as a result of that structure not functioning the way it's supposed to. So we monitor Goldenrod very carefully during our storms because there are some blockages that we get in that drainage system. So it is incredibly sensitive, and the elevations, as you pointed out, are significantly short. That drainage system is incredibly complex in terms of how it works with West Jensen on the west side of US 1, with the shopping plaza on the west side as well. So the fact that we're getting some additional storage is a good thing on the additional lake capacity. The question I had, and thank you for listening when we talked about it, that right-hand turn and that extension of the right-hand turn lane, is that going to go the full length you said? Or is it
Go to the entry to this part right here.
So will that be a through lane with right-hand turns into the entry, or is it?
It right-hand turns into the entry. It's not. It doesn't continue past there. So there is a road. There is one.
That's fine, but does it become essentially 2 full lanes to the entranceway?
Yes, there's a through lane and a right turn lane to the entrance, and then it converts to just a through lane.
Okay. Yeah. It's still something probably we're going to have to look at in the future, because the capacity on that road, as was intended to take trips off of US 1, it works. It's just that first 1,000 feet is a battle up there with people trying to curve into that lane. The other thing, Morris, where parcel 6.8 is, you show, or it shows on the plan, that the road connection terminates there.
Yes.
Will it eventually connect
Yeah, we could only put it to our property limits, and the intent is that this is redeveloped, or if they come in for an amendment, we've designed it so it goes right into their parking aisle. So it would be an easy connection, but it'd have to be done by the adjacent property owner.
So I thought our code required that connection these days.
Yeah, the construction of their point to their property line is required, but they're not required to construct on the other people's property to make that connection.
Okay. This is not, it won't be dissimilar to what we have down at, I think it's Dick's Sporting Goods now, and Service, well, it used to be Service Merchandise, but the plaza to the north. It forces everybody to go out onto US 1 to come back into, into whatever parcel 6.8 is going to be, or Chick-fil-A or whatever. And already the traffic flow that comes through that intersection out to US 1 is kind of nuts, coming out of the Home Depot Plaza. So I would encourage staff and the applicant to reach out to whoever the owners are of that center and really figure out how we connect those connections. It will make both the residents' existence probably better, the users of those commercial parcels better. And quite frankly, if you're at Home Depot and you want to go over to Chick-fil-A, you don't want to have to go back out onto US 1 to go back into Chick-fil-A. I mean, this doesn't make any sense. So I would hope that the shopping plaza folks would work with us and benefit them, benefiting their customers. I mean, it will make their customers' experience, I think, because I use that all the time over there, a better experience.
They probably need to hear from their district commissioner. I think that makes smart business sense for them.
Well, I just did, so hopefully they're listening. What else, Morris? I assume it will be gated, the community?
Yes, we have designed the entry to allow for a turnaround if yes, it is sufficient for.
And is there any, there's a parking lot in front of the rec center there?
Yes.
Is there any potential for a gated access there?
Well, we have emergency access. We didn't want to introduce our resident traffic there. But it is pedestrian, bicycle access, but not vehicular full access, just emergency. It is paved, but it's going to be a gate for emergency use only.
So residents will be able to go through it, just not drive through it?
Correct.
I'm just thinking forcing everybody out onto Goldenrod to go around the corner to come back in just kind of doesn't make really good connectivity sense.
I'm going to walk.
In many ways. Okay, that's it. That's all I got on my end. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant's representative? Commissioner Hurd.
Yeah, Mr. Crady, can you zoom out again to the broader aerial?
There.
There we go. So is this one of the last pieces of the West Jensen PUD?
There's two more commercial pieces on Jensen Beach Boulevard in this location, and there's a couple more up on the north end of US 1.
Okay. For clarification and for perspective, the West Jensen PUD it was huge. How many acres was it?
It was 1,200 acres.
1,200 acres straddling US 1. And that's where the Treasure Coast Mall is. That's where all this stuff was part of the original West Jensen PUD. So we originally made decisions about land uses and zoning many years ago, and conditions on the ground have changed in those intervening 40 years or however long it's been. So while this looks like a classic example of really, really terrible planning, I have to believe it's the best use. It's commercial and industrial may have worked 30 years ago, but they don't work now. So the appropriate land use probably is medium density. So even though we're sticking residential among general commercial, at least we don't have 30 acres of general commercial that we're going to fill with every fast food restaurant in the United States. So.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, move approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith, you had your light on.
Just one final comment, and it's really to follow up on Commissioner Hurd's thoughts. Through the years, through the past 20 years, when we had DRIs and when DRIs were a strategy of the state, the conditions of those DRIs were such that infrastructure and a lot of improvements to a regional infrastructure support of this entire part of the county were paid for by West Jensen. The 6-laning or 8-laning of US 1 through there was paid for. Green River Parkway, a large contribution was paid for by that. Goldenrod was paid for by that. Westmoreland, I think the improvements on Westmoreland west of US 1 to the traffic circle up there were paid by this DRI. And so in many ways, what was in the past a regional approach to planning and how did something this large fit into a greater scheme of things, we don't do that anymore, and it's kind of a shame that there's not a process for that, but nonetheless, the state decided not to do that. But here we are today, and those improvements along the way have certainly eased the congestion that happens in this part of the county. So to the West Jensen folks, thank you for all that you've done. And when you look at the density really with the golf course and Eagle Marsh, it's pretty sparsely laid out. I mean, originally it was to be the Astros farm team, or not farm team, but winter league site many years ago, and that didn't happen, and here we are today. So thank you to the folks for doing what they've done all these years to make it as good as it could be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Anyone from the public looking to address us on this topic? We have a motion by Commissioner Smith to accept staff's recommendation.
Second.
Commissioner Hurd, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, sir.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Our next agenda item is departmental number 1, a discussion on employee wellness clinic location and operation. It'll be presented by Matt Graham. Mr. Graham, welcome. I can congratulate you in public now for winning the 3rd annual Palm City Chamber Veterans Run Over the Bridge. Not only did you win overall, you finished far ahead of even second place.
Thank you.
Good for you. What was your time?
Congratulations.
I think it was 1956, 1958, something like that.
19 minutes to run 3.1 miles.
Like that 1950, like you knew exactly.
Yes.
Well, they do run. So congratulations to you.
Yes. I'll be at the Turkey Trot in Palm City on Thursday.
Good for you. Wait, but that, you know how many people run in that? Like 500.
Yes.
Yeah,
He'll be out way ahead of all those.
could be. Yeah, you won't have to worry about 490 of them. Anyway, do you have anything else you want to say?
Sure, I do. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Matt Graham, HR Director.
11:33, Matt, come on.
Okay. For the record, today I'm here to speak to you about our Employee Wellness Center. I've spoken to you all about this individually a number of times. So I'm glad we're able to speak about it today collectively, and hopefully we can get some direction on our clinic. Is there a mouse up here?
It might be.
It's up by the,
So a little bit about our clinic. Our clinic was established in 2011, and it is available to all of our employees, their dependents, and our retirees on our health insurance plan. Since 2011, the county has saved millions of dollars by avoiding claims to our medical plan. On average, we see about 5% increase to our premium, whereas the national trend is anywhere from 8 to 14%. From the period of January 2019 through April 2021, we've saved approximately $1.5 million. And our return on investment with our current model is we get back about $1.34 for every dollar that's invested. So how do we do this? So right now, when our employees go to the wellness center, those claims don't hit our insurance plan. All of the visits to our wellness center are free for our employees. And for the employees that are on our insurance plan. The county pays for labs, prescription medications, and any medical equipment on a pass-through basis. So what that means is the vendor of those, whether it's the blood lab or the medical equipment that's provided to you, invoices us and we pay costs for it. The clinic doesn't get a profit on that. For the clinic itself, we pay a monthly administrative fee, and then we also have a contracted rate for the staff that are there, which is on an hourly basis. Unfortunately, at this time, we're seeing about a 5% increase to our medical appointments, and we've been seeing this trend since the clinic has been established. And we're going to be reaching max capacity here in the next few years based on our analysis from our consultant. So what are the options that we have? One option is to build our own medical facility, which is one of our recommendations. And we could either staff it with a third-party vendor, or we can do it through a voluntary benefits association, which I'll be referring moving forward as a VEBA. Our consultant believes that with building and owning our medical facility, regardless of how we staff it, we can expect approximately $1 million in additional savings each year. If the board is not interested in building a medical facility, another option would be to request that the clinic expand their current hours of operation, the number of exam rooms, and increase their staff. We could also do an RFP and select a new provider that can meet the needs of the county's medical appointments. If we were to build our own medical facility, we could either staff it with a third-party vendor or do it through a VEBA, and I'll go over the pros and cons in the next slides here. So for the third-party vendor, some of the pros are they do it, for a living. They do it for a business. They have the experience, the knowledge to do it. All the services and prescriptions we can customize to our needs. We can require the vendor to dedicate the clinic to only participating members of the Board of County Commissioners. And there is some transparency in the cost of doing business as well as the controls, but I think we could do better in that regard if we did go with the VEBA model. And some of the cons are that the return on investment is potentially lower than the VEBA because this third-party vendor is obviously in it for a profit, whereas the VEBA model isn't. So there is also a higher turnover. We're seeing some turnover now at our clinic. When we visited the Palm Beach County Fire Rescue Medical Facility, their clinic, they have little to no turnover, and their model is based on the VEBA model. And then finally, the transparency and controls that are in place are not as great as we could have with the VEBA model. If we do build our own medical facility, another option is to create a VEBA to run the employee clinic. This is similar to Palm Beach County Fire Rescue and how they operate it. And the pros of having a VEBA is they have the highest return on investment. They have little turnover. The services and prescriptions are fully customizable. And we can control who visits our facility, and we'll have full transparency in costs and controls. The only downside is there's higher startup costs. So I've identified 5 locations that the county already owns if the board is interested in building a medical facility, and I'll go through each of them. This first location here is on Kingswood and is located behind the Blake Library, and it's in the green rectangular box. This is approximately 5 acres. The other location is here on Salerno and Willoughby. It's the green square in the slide above. This is approximately 1 acre. The parcel south of it is highlighted in red and is approximately 2 acres. The owner has expressed interest in selling it to us. On the third slide here, we have 3 different locations. The first one, the southernmost green square, if you will, is near our building department. This is approximately 10 acres with 3.4 of it being vacant. The fourth location is the pie-shaped property highlighted in green near the splash park. This is 10 acres with 6.3 of it being available. And then finally, the one in the middle, which is also staff's recommendation, is right next to our fire rescue fleet services and is approximately 9 acres with 2.5 of it being available. The fifth and final location is highlighted in green and is near Pinewood Elementary School on Willoughby, and it's approximately 18 acres. That concludes my presentation. I did do a supplemental for the staff's recommendation. Thank you, Donna. So the staff's recommendation is move that the board authorize the construction of a wellness center on the county-owned property on Southeast Runkey Street, where Fire Rescue Fleet Services is located, and move that the board authorize staff to begin the process to solicit for the design and construction of the wellness center facility. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Mr. Graham, thank you very much. We'll kick it off with Commissioner Smith.
Mr. Chair, just a quick question on timing. Do you, I can see this conversation going on for another 15 minutes, 10 minutes or so, right? Are we going to break at lunch? Are you going to go past lunch?
I figured we just have,
Because I have to leave at noon.
okay,
That's why I'm asking now, just to give a heads up for,
well, we're not going to get through, I mean, it's up to my colleagues. We can finish it all up and be done, or we can finish this one and then break for lunch and come back.
Me too.
okay, I got
I
it.
understand. Well, we'll do this, begin now, and then we'll see, and then we have 20 minutes, so let's see how we do. And then if you see items on this list that we would hit later, then you just tell me what you want to be part of before we leave. But go ahead and say something, or is that your comment?
No, I'll definitely have comments. I just,
Okay, I
timing
got you.
on the other items.
Commissioner Heatherington.
So you're asking for authorization for construction, but you're not asking for direction on the VIBA or what kind of facility we're having? Because to me, it makes a difference on how you're going to design a facility, or if you're going to design a facility based on what direction we're going to provide those services. I was personally not interested in the VIBA, initially, when I toured Palm Beach Fire Rescue and saw some of their long-term return on investment, I was very, very impressed. Certainly, they're not apples to apples, we can't do the same thing that they do, but if there's a way for us to do a modified version of what they do, it was very impressive. They had, again, a lot of return on investment, and I would like to see us pursuing doing something like that so that there's long-term gains rather than just, basically, here, we're building a better building that has parking, but I don't see any changes in structure or care or quality of care on this particular document.
Yes, Commissioner. So the plan is to continue exploring the VIBA plan and come back to the board on how we would like to operate it. We do believe that the VIBA is the best option of the two. We do have to petition the IRS, create a VIBA, get their approval that we have a fully functioning VIBA. So there's some behind-the-scenes work that we have to do to get to that point.
So,
Go ahead, of course.
So you envision another agenda item coming back on how this facility would operate?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you feel that the design can proceed based on either option? Are there limitations in design if we were to operate it one way or with a third-party vendor?
I can answer that. Commissioner, I think having the authorization to move forward at the site and with the building, and we would come back with a CIP sheet on the actual design we could start the design of the facility using the funds that were set aside from our savings on the health, our existing clinic. So we would have time we would just get into the design. The building will work for either model in terms of what the building needs to have the available space to provide the services, whether it was contracted out or staffed by the VIBA. I think in the intervening time, before we get a consultant selected, we would reach out to some of our other constitutional partners to see, so we could ideally maximize the size of the building based upon the contributions from our other, how large of a population we're going to serve would be the most important thing. At the same time, Matt would like to bring back working with our legal staff on how we could set up a VIVA, and then we can explore the two options of how you would staff the facility and run it. And at the same time, we would also bring back to you, once we have some dialogue with our constitutionals on the ultimate size and scope of the building at this location. But the most important thing for today is in your authorization is one, that the site that we've recommended there on Willoughby, or by the fire rescue repair facility, be authorized. Then we can set up an RFP to select a design consultant at the same time, and then bring back to you those two additional items. One, which would be the VIVA, and then two, before we actually execute a design contract, what's the size of the building based upon the commitments we have from our other constitutional partners.
Okay, I just have one more question. So subsequently, we were having conversations about potentially collaborating with the clinic down south that has now a facility in Palm City. So does this allow to continue on that dialogue with potentially collaborating to get some economies of scale, or are we abandoning that conversation?
So I would say that we've abandoned the conversation. We've run into some difficulties in the fact that the amount of contribution per employee that they have is different than us. And there may be some, I think they're still open to some collaboration on how we might each other take advantage of certain diagnostics we have in the future, so that we can, I believe there's a value in working with them on how we might be able to share, again, those diagnostics and how we would bill each other for those services. A true partnership collaboration and building a facility with them is and has been complicated by the unequal relationship between our funding per employee and theirs.
Right.
And so, and then developing a business model around how it's sort of like, what is your prenuptial agreement in terms of how do you, when you don't get along, how do you, if you have a difference of opinion, whose opinion is more important than the others? And of course, they're well established in their program. And so those are some very complicating factors, I think, that limit our ability to have a complete partnership. However, having said that, they have been a great collaborator on educating us on how they participate. They have offered their services to continue to help us achieve similar goals that they were able to. And I think with that, it does open up the possibility of having a contractual relationship in the future on how whether their employees or ours, could use their facilities. They have, if we have employees in Palm Beach County, for instance, and they were able to use that facility, how they would bill us for it, and bill us equitably so that we can benefit from the savings. That's the key. Whether we can do that ultimately or not would be a future discussion. We're primarily focused first on using their model on saving the county funds and providing a higher level of service than we're having today.
So then some of that will come back in that future item?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hurd.
Yeah, I'm extremely enthusiastic about this project, and of all the sites, this one was the one that I favored also. So right now, do our biggest departments are fire rescue and sheriff. Do they currently use our clinic?
The fire department uses our clinic. The sheriff has a separate, I think they're on the third floor of the facility that we use.
Okay.
Dr. Lippman.
Okay, and also, so the parcel that you're outlining is part of a larger 9-acre parcel, but it's only 2 acres that are eligible. Are those 2 acres big enough to situate us plus fire rescue plus sheriff?
So our consultant, based on our numbers and including the sheriff, I think at a minimum, we'd probably need about 5,000 square feet.
Okay.
So it's not a large building, but depending on the services and the scope that we're, looking to do, if we try to model it after, Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, we might have to go vertical and,
Okay.
have another floor.
Okay. So I am extremely supportive. I love the work that's been done to advance this, and I also am a Aviva fan. Thanks.
Thank you.
Did you say Bieber?
I did not. Not at all.
Commissioner Jenkins, speaking of Bieber fans,
So
he's a Swiftie.
Yeah. So I also am very enthusiastic, and I understand Commissioner Hetherington's first comment was the motivation for me for us to undertake this very expensive undertaking is because of the model that Palm Beach County is doing. I mean, they got it going on. They really do. Doing anything different than that, I'm less motivated to do that. So you have my support as long as we are headed towards the Viva model. It was extremely impressive, and it would be silly for us not to. So I just wanted to kind of, you now have a whole bunch of people telling you that's the direction that we need to follow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any members of the public looking to address us on this topic? No, please come to the mic and state your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Audra Creech. Is this working? Okay,
Yes.
perfect. My name is Audra Creech. I'm here as just a general Martin County resident. I had not really realized that this was going to come up today, but I would severely and graciously ask the board, as you guys already have started to do, to build your own facility, to staff your own facility, to have that control, and to be able to staff it with hopefully Martin County residents, nurses, techs, et cetera, which would bring a lot of people that would normally come from Port St. Lucie or from other areas into this area. And it would create the ability to not only have people coming from other places to take residence in Martin County, but actually grow a community here with younger families, with people that are looking to build an actual career. Now, I understand that that's not the goal of this particular item. The goal is to provide health care for Martin County oriented employees, but I believe you can do both. And if you choose to build the area right beside the water park and the fire station, would indeed be a good place. It seems to work out with the general nature of the area. And if you've got children, I am not one of them, but my sister is, you can take your child to the water park, leave them with an adult or a babysitter, and then go get whatever medical things you need to do. And it's not only close to the fire department, but you're not going to want little kids trying to get medical care. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Smith.
I think the idea is great. What I always try to think longer term about what other decisions have to be made relative or will be made or should be made in terms of what else do we have to plan for in the future. So the water park area, the only thing I struggle with a little bit on that site is if the water park were to ever expand, if we were to have any other facilities that would be park orientated relative to the water splash area, I'd hate to take options off the table for that site that limit what that place can do. And so that, I have a little bit of concern about that site. The site that's off of Willoughby, south there is, I'm not interested in that one at all. Either one of them, actually, the one on south of Willoughby on Cove, I think it's Cove there. And the site that's out back here, I think that partly, because I think wherever we put this, it should be the most convenient, centrally located site to the largest group of our employees for access, I think. And so, if we've done like where people are coming from and how they're getting to and where they're going, is it the most centrally located site? And if we're going to stay in this building forever, which there's constantly in the background a discussion about where do we go in the future with this building, then I think that plays into the conversation. If we're going to stay here, then the parcel out back maybe isn't such a bad idea. I just think that we really should think through where are the greatest concentration of our employees. I still think over by the Sheriff's Department and off of Monterey, that parcel that's over there, the sheriff has some expansion needs that he's talking about, and I don't know how that plays into this conversation. So, you know, if the will of the board is to take the site or to use the site that's over there by Water Splash, okay. I think we should be, and I know we are, I just think we should be fully vetting the access of our employment centers and future expansions of anybody else's component in the county that play into that decision. Ideally, if that land over there, I've always thought that ought to become the center of local government off of Monterey and off of the Sheriff's Department and so on. So that's it. Just I think the model and I think having our staff be in control of the thing is a great option. You know, if you think of where we came from when we started this, it was a very generic starting point, and then it's turned into an incredible success story for tax savings for us. So I think we should try to continue that, and I think that leads to where you're headed, Matt. I just struggle with the site ideas a little bit.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Heatherington.
Just one question I didn't have before, but what parcel out back here are you talking about? Is that
That's Kingswood,
It's off of Kingswood. There's
not
a,
on this map,
Yes,
right?
it is.
yes, it is. It was the first one he showed, I think.
next to the airport, like south of, like right before you get to, before the library, you'd make the right, that's Kingswood.
It's right there.
Yeah.
This is us.
And the training facilities over here?
Yeah,
somewhere?
it's gonna be
Okay.
on the property.
Okay, all right.
My 2 cents would be, I'm in favor of us building our own building, torn between the site on the north side of Runkey next to the fire maintenance building or directly next to the building department, basically 6 of one, half a dozen of another, from my perspective, because if you were going to either location, it's across the street from each other. I did not have an opportunity to go with you and visit down in the Palm Beach County. I've heard about that model. I would tell you at the end of the day, I still lean in on the fact of having a third party and a private. I don't know how many of the businesses we would need to be in, the specialization that's required. If we owned our own building, I think you'd gain a lot of ability to control, you know, the use of the facility, who's coming and going. We'd have a better concept of how to monitor. The parking lots are full. Some of the downsides of our previous or current situation is there are parking issues there, and, you know, that contract runs their own business layered completely on top of what we were trying to do there. I was a big proponent of allowing it to be a private sector enterprise in the beginning. I'd have to be persuaded with the strategy that some of my colleagues seem to be very enthusiastic about. I can't be enthusiastic. I don't know enough about it. I've heard about it from others and some Palm Beach County folks that say it's great. My concern is we're not Palm Beach County in terms of the volume. So from a business perspective and a return on investment perspective, it's challenging. I like what Mr. Donaldson said about a collaboration. Understanding that it's not going to be apples for apples, but I still like the concept of a collaboration with one of those other entities. And I also believe that a southern option, a Martin County option, and a St. Lucie County or a northern, it could be Port St. Lucie, northern option would allow our employees the most flexibility. I think if you are an employee with a sick child and you live in northern Port St. Lucie, Willoughby is centrally located, which is helpful. But if you're trying to juggle a morning where you're going to try to bring a child to a quick visit or a walk-in clinic, having to get in the car and drive for 25 minutes or a half an hour, is potentially problematic. So I'd entertain a motion on what direction we can give staff. I know that if I were going to offer a suggestion, it would be to move forward with either of the Willoughby, the Runkey suggestions. I'll hear from my colleagues if they love one more than the other. And then, like Commissioner Heatherington said, we definitely need to have a meeting to discuss whatever's going to happen inside that building, whatever process we're going to use. But I'm okay with the building. I think it needs to be built with the understanding of expansion models. You said we're growing it. The last thing we want to do is build a building that right off the bat is too small. Commissioner Hurd.
Yeah, move approval of the authorization for the construction of a wellness center on one of the either of the Runkey lots. I also am not wedded to either one of them. I know that the building department has a big parking lot already, which is nice. So I'm not wedded to either spot. I'm wedded to Runkey.
Second.
Thank you. Just as an aside, based on what I heard Commissioner Hurd say, the advantage of putting it next to the building department is when the water park is hosting events, they will utilize every single parking space. And they don't just have events on weekends. And so even if the clinic was opened on a Saturday morning, let's say, and there's something happening at the pool, they will 100% overlap into that parking. So if you put it to the south of the building department, you're much more likely to keep it as a little bit of a separate parking facility. But that being said, any other questions from my colleagues, concerns? Commissioner Hurd made the motion to accept staff's recommendation, giving staff the flexibility to work on the location as long as it was one of those two. It was seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion, the motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Smith dissenting.
Thank you.
Now, it is 12 o'clock. Commissioner Smith, is there anything that you'd want to see on this that we can either postpone, or do you want to have it?
So I would like to be here for all of them, but I can't. I got to go now. So I'd very much like to be here for the CRA discussion and the interlocal agreement discussion and the add-on that Mr. Donaldson had on with our beach update.
I apologize. I took the temperature of the board and the overall.
I get it, so.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so we will continue on in order then. With,
You're going to go through the full agenda through lunch.
that's what my group has said that they'd like to do.
Sorry.
It's okay.
You know this ahead of time when you're going to do this through lunch.
Coming back. How long are you going to be gone?
An hour and a half.
Okay. We can structure it differently into the future. No, that's what the group said they did not want to do. So we only have a couple, and some of these are going to be very quick, and some of these won't be, so, yeah. We can keep going. We started later, so from a closed captioning point of view, I don't think we're there yet. So we'll keep going, we'll see what happens. Let's see.
Well, do you want to push off CRA? Was that his biggest priority?
No, he made it sound like they all were, and she's right here now.
Okay.
Yeah, so, moving along, our next agenda item is departmental number 2, request for approval of a community redevelopment agency investment program. It'll be presented now by Ms. Susan Corris. Ms. Corris, you are recognized.
Thank you. I'd also like to just say a quick congratulations to Commissioners Hurd and Heatherington. So as our work continues in all of the CRAs and on those community redevelopment plans through our capital improvement program, things like streetscape, stormwater, water and sewer, roadway improvements, affordable housing, et cetera. As we progress with those projects, the agency would like to introduce an additional strategy, the CRA investment program, to continue the CRA's successful redevelopment journey. So today I'm going to walk you through the program objectives, description, guidelines, process, and our strategy for implementing the program. I'll end with a few pictures. I know that can sometimes be dangerous for me, but I'm going to forge ahead with that today. Is there a PowerPoint, Donna? Sorry.
It might start on 466.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Appreciate it. So program objectives. We're looking to revitalize and activate CRA centers.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Spur commercial activity, stimulate private investment, and things that are generally, these are all things that are general mandates of the CRA: business attraction, assistance and retention, adherence to the CRA LDRs, beautification and enhancement of quality of life. So increment financing is an economic development tool used to promote private sector investment in a CRA area. And I know there's been some discussion that perhaps that is not something the CRA should be involved in. So I would like to add to the comment that was made this morning that this is a top-down initiative. So yes, our statutes do absolutely support this. Florida Statutes 163.345. And if you'd like, I'll quote them. If you'd like me just to move on, I don't have to do that. So we have two statutes that talk about using private investment along with public dollars to incentivize these types of projects, and that the county should come up with a workable program to implement that. And that's exactly what we're doing here. I'd like to point out that the state of Florida also has a statute that encourages that we use incentives and work with private investment. Our countywide community redevelopment plan also talks about that. And we have 4 of 6 CRA community redevelopment plans, the individual ones, that also kind of shout out exactly those words. This program has been delivered 7 times publicly. This will be the 8th time. We have been in touch with all of the chambers, Business Development Board. I've presented to the Economic Council of Martin County. So it has been out there. People do know about it. It's also gone to all 6 NACs and the CRA Board, who have all motioned for recommendation to you. So what are the programs exactly? So we have 3 programs that we're proposing. One is called Business Retention, and you can see what some of the guidelines for those are. This is our smallest program, and it's just starting to nibble a little bit at the edges of helping businesses to satisfactorily operate. So this one is not, as was also pointed out, seen from the right-of-way, although there can be some minor aesthetic improvements done to the exterior. But we are looking to assist businesses that are struggling, perhaps. Here's a great example. Restaurants need a new menu. They need a graphic designer to do that. We need to realign our store so that utilizing more of the merchandising and design rules to attract more customers. Those are the types of things. Fence and landscape focuses on commercial properties, and that's one of the issues that we do have in several CRAs, is lots of chain link fence and lots of room for additional landscaping. That funding comes up to $10,000, and I'm going to go through exactly how the funding works. So those activities would be exactly what it's called: landscaping and fencing. And then we have our largest program, which is property improvement. That does include many other types of activities, and the funding is up to $20,000. So for funding, let's just talk about that very briefly. It is a reimbursement program. So if your project is $12,500. The CRA, and it's fence and landscaping. CRA dollars would cover $10,000. Business owner would cover $2,500. It's an 80-20, and that's a fairly standard percentage in the CRA world. If their project is $25,000, the CRA only pays up to $10,000. If their project was $10,000, we would pay $8,000. So the cap is $10,000 or $20,000 depending on the program, and the percentage is 80%. Everyone on board with that? Okay. So some of the guidelines visible from the right-of-way, obviously, except for the business retention program, 1 project award per property. Properties listed for sale are not eligible. The CRA board is the body that evaluates and approves those projects. No funds are retroactive. If anyone starts a project and then comes to us, that's not going to work. Not-for-profits are not eligible. Businesses cannot be part of a national chain, and new construction is not eligible.
Ms. Kors, what would
Yes.
your definition of a national chain be?
Starbucks, Sherwin-Williams, Burger King.
What if someone had 50 locations throughout the state of Florida or 100 locations in the southeast of the United States?
That sounds like a fairly large business.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, because when I read that, national chain, does that mean they have to have stores in California too? Because there
I
could be
see what you-
large chains even if they're stay in the state. I'm just,
Mm.
I get the big ones, but maybe you want to shape that.
So more than X location.
More than X
I
locations.
think that would be a better way to do it.
Would you have a recommendation as to how many is X? X equals?
5?
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I mean, that's just my suggestion, but, you don't want to punish people, but someone's got 5 or 6 locations, it's not gigantic. Commissioner Jenkins?
I was going to wait till your end of your presentation, but since you've been interrupted already.
Well, you're
Why
not
is it,
recognized.
why is a not-for-profit not eligible?
So a not-for-profit does not increase our tax base. And one of the things that the CRA is supposed to do, again, according to statute, is to take care of looking at increasing the tax base.
I get it, but they also have a structure in a CRA that can be enhanced, which is why CRA exists, to increase the aesthetics value and all of that other stuff. I understand
Yes.
the tax base thing, but
One of the other reasons, Commissioner, is that not-for-profits also are things like cemeteries, those kinds of facilities, and there's really, what if they wanted a grant too? What are we going to do? It just, in 2019, a lot of the statutes changed, and the legislature is also looking very closely at things like that. So we thought best to keep it as clean as possible.
I'm not necessarily hung up on it. I just wanted to
Okay.
understand your logic.
There is something I would like to add to the guidelines that is not on this list, and that is that historic building demolition is not eligible.
Historic building demolition?
Well, there you go.
But
That's a
his-
good one. I
but
don't even
his-
have to ask why.
But historic buildings in general are. You said demolition.
Historic buildings are as eligible for this as any other building, but we are not going to give you a grant to destroy one,
Okay, thank you.
is pretty much the explanation.
I appreciate that. Do you
Okay.
have any- more
Moving
slides?
on?
Yes.
So the process is fairly simple. It's an application process. The applicant would have to provide property photos, conceptual design. They would have to have a meeting with the CRA program manager to go through their project, 2 bids from a licensed contractor, business tax receipt if that's something that is necessary. And then the program manager, along with the applicant, would present to the CRA for approval. at the end of the project, receipts, photos of completed project. All of those things are turned into the CRA, and then the reimbursement is provided as long as all of the improvements have been made according to the plan. So this is our implementation strategy, being that we have 6 CRA areas. All are different. Each one has its own trust fund and its own capital improvement plan. So the program actually has been in existence, and we've had these types of investment programs in Martin County since the very first countywide redevelopment plan. And we had put it in our CIPs with everybody's approval 2 years ago. And some of the NACs have decided to recommend dollars to start funding that item. So that's why you will see some funding in some. Some have decided not to fund that at this time. They perhaps will in the future. So you can see Golden Gate in FY23 has an available $80,000. And that $80,000 we are going to target, and we're going to use the sub-districts as a way to do that in each CRA area, with the exception of Jensen Beach. I do have maps to show you, and I can do that for each one if you'd like to see that. Here's Golden Gate, and you can see in the red is where the program would be available. And one of the reasons that we do that is because we want to make the largest impact that we can, because our dollars are fairly small. So we would really like to focus those dollars in places where we think the largest impact can be made. And you can see what some of the other neighborhood advisory committees and the CRA board have decided in terms of funding. You will notice Palm City and Port Salerno are the two that right now have no funding for this particular activity, but we have great hope for the future. And I'll just go through the maps real quick.
Very quick.
So here's Jensen, and you can see the red line. So it's Mango to Jensen Beach Boulevard, both sides of Jensen Beach Boulevard, and then back up to Church Street on the Pineapple Ave side. We have Palm City, and that's all of the properties that are facing, in the core district, that are facing Map Road and Martin Downs. Here we have Port Salerno, and you can see that it's the properties in the core, the general, along Salerno and Dixie. And Hobe Sound, which is not the straight shot. As usual, Hobe Sound, different. But we have an additional sub-district here. It's called the Railroad Corridor Sub-District, and that's in the south, kind of east of Zeus Park, and also in their core and corridor areas, sub-districts for Hobe Sound. Rio, we're looking properties facing Dixie in the core and the corridor sub-districts. And now we're going to come to a few pictures. Just wanted to show you what a difference these things can make. This first one is an interesting shot because you can see in the building where the facade is completed, right next to that building, this particular property owner had 3 properties, and they all pretty much looked like this in a row. He went ahead and did all 3 facades, putting in a lot more money than the $20,000 per building that the CRA in West Palm Beach paid. That's one of the hopes that we have, is that this, and we've generally seen that in other places, that this type of a program will kick off some other more major renovation because it's a great starting point. This is a construction company, and you can see really use the property improvement to its best. Signage, awnings, paint, windows, fencing, landscaping, really made a huge difference. This was a small industrial company, a plating company. And my personal favorite this really lovely 1960s designed corner, and you can see the difference. I love to point out that people used to just pull right up and park right in front of the building, even though sometimes the owners of those businesses would try to put out tables and chairs. So it was a little bit scary. And now they actually can put out tables and chairs because they fixed the front of their building as well. Staff would recommend that the board approve the program and direct staff to market and implement it, and I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Corus. Questions from my colleagues for Ms. Corus? Commissioner Hurd?
No questions, just comments. I'm not going to support this. I believe that the TIF funding should be used for essential infrastructure projects that benefit all residents and businesses in this area, rather than cherry-picking winners and losers. And it also cherry-picks winners and losers based upon where you're located in the county. If you're located in a CRA, you have access to $20,000, $30,000 worth of taxpayer money. And if you're located outside of it, you come up with it yourself. I also think that the 20% is not a sufficient private investment. I think that if we're going to be supporting redevelopment, we need to do infrastructure projects, water, sewer, road improvements, sidewalks, parks. Those things benefit everyone, not just single businesses or residences. So I'm not going to be supporting this.
Thank you. Commissioner Jenkins?
One of my hangups is with the marketing and advertising. That doesn't work for me. I mean, the whole point of the CRA is to bring that's getting into their business. I would like to see that gone. Can that be gone?
You can make it a suggestion that it be gone.
Needs to be gone. The other part that I've been thinking since we talked about not-for-profits, and again, I've got the Apollo School banging inside my head right now. That, I don't know if they need anything or anything else like that, but that is a not-for-profit, that is a historical building, that is an asset to our community. And if there was some need that the CRA could fulfill, why wouldn't we? Could it be not excluded, but be required to be reviewed by this board, maybe? Or something like that. I just kind of trying to, I don't know.
So my response to that, Commissioner, would be that, again, that would be up to this board in terms of who you would like to include. There is criteria that the CRA board, and I don't know if any of you had a chance to look at that, but the criteria is quite, there's 5 very important things that they look at. And if that was something that you wanted to add to that, that would be your decision. But they do evaluate using this criteria, and so it does not mean that that everybody gets the money just off the bat. Because you are reviewed based on a set of criteria. So some nonprofits might not make the cut. I don't know. Some other properties might not make the cut. It's not in other words, it's not a first come, first serve. Because you've applied, you get money. That's not the way it works.
Commissioner Jenkins, are you done?
I think so.
You can always come back. Commissioner Heatherington?
Okay, I'll just summarize my thoughts. I wholeheartedly agreed with Commissioner Hurd going into this when it was presented. And then I went to the Neighborhood Advisory Council where it was discussed at very, very much at length with the businesses, and there were quite a few businesses, and I'll speak specifically for my district of Golden Gate. And they were very excited, and I do believe that
it would spark reinvestment into the community. So with that, I do not like the number one, the $2,000 worth of business marketing. I think that could get removed. I think that kind of starts to it's not, to me, that's not the kind of reinvestment that the CRAs were created to do. So I wouldn't mind if that got pulled out. And I think too, adding nonprofits, we love our nonprofits, but this is just not, to me, the tool, because this is tax dollars being reinvested in an area. And to me, that fits with the mission of a community redevelopment area, whereas I think that there are other options probably for nonprofits. So I would lean towards taking the business retention part out, and then certainly using tax dollars to reinvest, but not including nonprofits.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith.
So a couple thoughts, which is why I wanted to be here. Susan and I talked a lot about this yesterday, and I've thought a lot about this for a long, long time. Listening to everybody's comments is always interesting. I think if you put in context a nonprofit, and a nonprofit, whether it's the Apollo School Building or it's on Bridge Road, ideally over time you would like to see the businesses, the street side of your CRA build themselves up and become a better destination, a better place. And so there are a lot of different tools to get there. Part of it's you gotta have the proper infrastructure. So you have water sewer projects, you have sidewalk projects, you have tree planting programs, all sorts of things that start improving the public scape. But then you have the buildings themselves. And you know, if you were to take downtown Stewart over the last 35 years, plus or minus, you'd see the progression of how Stewart kind of approached the redevelopment of downtown. The very first thing they did was a whole bunch of stormwater work underground that nobody ever saw and never appreciated. And it took years to pay for that and get that done. But they had flooding problems years ago that don't exist today. And as a result of that, that sets the stage for somebody coming in and doing the next piece of that phase. These pictures here are like perfectly telling. A business owner may say, you know, I'm doing fine, I have business coming in my door, I don't need to spend any money on my facade, or I don't need to spend any money on the landscaping, I don't need to do anything. They're doing business as usual. But when one business starts to improve, then the next one starts to improve, the next one starts to improve, and so on and so forth. And so, Harold, I think I lean your way and your thoughts with the nonprofits. Whether the nonprofit is a nonprofit or not, if it's part of your streetscape or if it's in one of the zones, and the other thing a little bit, Susan, I didn't pay enough attention to that piece of this with the maps and what was in and what was not in the map. But the goal of the redevelopment area should be that everybody has access to the uplifting of the entire program, I think. That's my personal opinion. And if you had a nonprofit that wanted to apply for a facade grant, I don't know that that's the worst thing that could ever happen to us, especially if you had a nonprofit that was just getting by or didn't have the ability to really do staffing for significant fundraising to do a facade or something. So I'm leaning Harold's way on this. I don't think we should exclude them because they're a nonprofit. I think if you were to have a nonprofit on your street and they were the only building that didn't do anything and it was really kind of not the best looking thing, the other buildings would be dragged down as a result of them not being better. Maybe. Another, I would say, was a discussion or debate on this yesterday, are roofs. Roofs are not included on this. And Susan can probably make a very good argument, and maybe I can make a good argument as well, that if you had a building, and take this building in our picture, for instance, and let's say structurally the building's fine, but let's say the roof is awful, and it leaks, and
the owner doesn't have the money to put a new roof on. Well, that's not enhancing the application of that structure on that street or on that corner. And if you do the enhancements to the outside edges, you haven't done anything to really protect the building and to maintain the building. And it's a perfect, for instance, I use sort of the cultural courthouse as an example. A different funding source, it was historic grant money that we went for to do that. But if we didn't stabilize the roof, the window application, the wall application, everything that followed on after that would have been a waste of time because the roof was incredibly problematic.
So I looked, after our discussion yesterday, I did look at the specific requirements for the property improvement, and I was incorrect. It says adjoining parking lots, roofs, and landscaping are ineligible as standalone projects. However, they may be included as a component of the eligible improvements as described above. So they can be included.
Not independent.
Okay, I mean, that's moving in the right direction. But if somebody's coming in for a $20,000 grant and they've got a $50,000 roof to do or a $40,000 roof to do, there's not enough money in that program and they won't be able to apply enough to do that in other components in the project. I don't know that I would exclude roofs completely as a standalone. And that's just commentary for you all to think about. And the other piece of this is the timeline and the application process. I'm very familiar and very used to historic preservation grants, and it's a grant cycle. It's every year. You can apply once in that grant cycle, and whether you get awarded in that grant cycle or you do not, you can come back the next year and apply for the same grant or the succession of grants that happen in historic preservation. Because usually in historic preservation, the first grant you would go after is documentation, design, and engineering. It's not a physical sort of dollar going into a roof. Then you come back and you go for windows and roofs and that kind of stuff, and then you go for more building structure in the final larger grant that you go get for. But you can do that every year, and you're competing with people from all over the state. So in this instance, I think if an applicant wanted to apply every year and their project was worthy and it met the criteria and it scored well, I don't see why they couldn't have access to the grant or to the to the process every year. And lastly, and Susan, I don't remember what the answer was yesterday. If an applicant owns 3 buildings in the district, can they apply 3 times, or can they only apply 1 time because they're an owner of a building?
They can apply for each property.
So each property stands alone regardless of the ownership.
Correct.
Okay.
And properties can also come in together if they'd like to do that.
So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doug. I'm glad you got to make them. I'll just put a couple of points in, and we do have one request to speak for him. To boil it right down from my perspective, I would make it 75%, 25%, a little more scratch in the game. I think someone still getting 75% still works unless there's percentages that are prescribed by state statute. I think that we heard, Ms. Corris heard, that first option, that was the $2,000 one, multiple commissioners said they're very uncomfortable with that. To address the TIF situation, I believe that these are tax dollars, but if I'm correct, the tax dollars are collected in this specific area, so they would basically be reinvested in where they were collected. So it's not like someone who's far away paying a tax into Martin County would, quote unquote, be paying for these projects. These projects are the additional funds that the whole basis of the CRA funding. Not-for-profits, you showed us pretty finite eligibility maps. Is the Apollo School within that eligibility map? Where is the one you're talking, like basically in the neighborhood? That's not even.
Just using it as.
Okay, but I mean, I think if you looked at all of the 6 different examples, I don't know if there are any I was trying to run in my mind any storefront not-for-profits that are even in there anyway. So we might be having a long conversation about something that's not.
We'd been asked the question a few times, which is why.
But there's no, I get that, but there are no.
I have one in mind.
An actual right in the heart of it. And so with that in mind, you had said that part of it was reinvesting tax dollars to increase tax revenue, but those not-for-profits are not increasing. Is that our decision to decide if it should be in there, or is there a state statute or language prohibiting that from happening?
The statute basically says, Commissioner, that one of the missions that we have, that the CRA has, is to increase the tax base and the tax revenue to the municipality. It is not a rule that you have to do that every time. I don't interpret that statute as meaning that. It's one of the things they would like to see you do.
Thank you. That's probably a question for lawyers to decide then if it fits within the limits or doesn't. I'll continue, but Commissioner Smith, go ahead.
Yeah, and again, to that point, I'm just kind of discussing, debating that idea. If this image you had right here was a nonprofit and it didn't apply, you'd have that building looking like that for the end of time.
Point taken.
And from a property value perspective, I would rather see a nonprofit be able to apply and do something better to their building, which is going to support the surrounding properties in their property values. That nonprofit may be not even paying any taxes, quite frankly. But the idea that it was not coming up with the other buildings surrounding it is only going to hurt the property values of the surrounding properties, not help it, versus a building that put $20,000 into a facade of a nonprofit that would support the rest of the neighborhood. I could debate it either way. I don't think I'd exclude them.
Thank you. Actually, while Commissioner Smith was talking, I just realized I have one on Map Road. The former TD Bank is now occupied by Speak Life, Stop Bullying. So here's what I would recommend to my colleagues. If it is legally allowed that a not-for-profit be eligible, and if we can leave it open-ended for you to figure out, if it is no prohibition of a not-for-profit being included, I don't have a problem with them being included. I think Commissioner Smith's point was a rising tide lifts all boats. So then here's my rationale on the whole program as a complete. We finished Map Road. The county, the government did all the things that we wanted to do. Landscaping, sidewalks, all the things that are done. Then the next logical step was to look at the businesses that were along Map Road, using that as my real-world example. And we reached out to some folks whose businesses looked a little older and could have used some enhancement. We had no option. Once the property owner said, no, thank you, I have no problem with the way this building looks, I'm not interested, we didn't have much left to do. They weren't out of code compliance. It was just we didn't like the look of them. I know from Palm City residents, some of them reached out to their next-door neighbors. You know, imagine you have a beautiful building on a beautiful new Map Road, but your next-door neighbor's building is terrible. You reach out to that neighbor who says, nah, not interested in doing any of that. Maybe this type of enhancement program would be the tipping point for some of these folks that would encourage them to do that. So that's first. In regards to you're giving an advantage to one person and not to everybody else. Well, everyone else that, in my example on Map Road, the community at large benefits from a beautiful Main Street downtown area. When the businesses look a little run down, beat up, it drags and pulls down everybody else. If there's 20 businesses and 15 of them look great, people talk about the 5 that don't. And then I'd like to officially compliment Ms. Corris and her team. I personally think this is exactly what you're supposed to be doing. I want you to continue to be creative, not just with your own department head, your team upstairs, but through, not everything has to come from a suggestion or complaint of a resident to the NAC, to the CRA, to your office. I expect all of our departments to constantly be thinking of ideas, grant opportunities, creative ways for you to do your job better that makes everyone's community look better. So I compliment you that. I don't chastise you on why are you bringing this forward. I get that there's a difference of opinion. That's why there's 5 of us.
So, Commissioner, I appreciate your compliments, but I would like to point out that this is exactly what the community redevelopment plans are telling us to do, and that's who we follow. So the CRA is bringing this to you through us. We developed the programs, so I truly appreciate that.
No, I get that. And so I didn't think
it's a
that
nice-
this is out of your scope. I
Yes,
think it's
thank
within the
you.
scope. Ron Rose, why don't you come and give us your opinion? Sir. Am I pronouncing your last name right? Is it Rose?
Well, I get called a lot of different things, but that works. So, my name is Ron Rose. I'm a member of the Jensen Beach Neighborhood Advisory Council, and I'm also the president, CEO of the Jensen Beach Chamber of Commerce. I first off want to say that I would encourage you to support this investment program. I'm sure that you all would work out, Susan and everybody would work out any kinks involved in the program. But I'm compelled to kind of tell you a little story here about what I learned. It took me a while to learn it, and hopefully all the commissioners up here will maybe really understand my point. What Commissioner Campy said is so true about, like, one little area can lift everything. And it took me a long time to really figure that out in my role as the president of the Jensen Beach Chamber. Downtowns are a heartbeat of the community. It's a gathering place. And a lot of people, and not all CRAs might have a distinctive downtown like Jensen Beach does, but it's a business area, right? So, but one thing that I learned, and it took me a while to learn it, was that little block in downtown Jensen Beach, which is part of the CRA, is how everybody kind of like views Jensen Beach. If it looks poor, you'll hear people saying, "What's wrong with Jensen Beach?" or "What's going on with Jensen Beach?" just based on one block, right? And before, I didn't kind of really figure that out to the fact that and that's why our chamber works so hard keeping that downtown looking nice, having the garden club do planters, raising money through Jam and Jensen to help pay for Christmas decorations and flags and emptying trash cans and saving the county really thousands of dollars in maintenance costs that could be a cost in maintaining, even emptying 20 garbage cans. So what I learned was that knowing that everybody views downtown Jensen Beach as a place where they perceive Jensen Beach on doing well or not well. If it's looking good and it's improved and it's attractive, it benefits everybody from the mall to the island. Everybody benefits from it. And so that's why I think this program really kind of plays into that. And I think that and I think that that's basically what you were pointing out. But I kind of figured that out, like how important that is, and that's why our chamber's so on top of trying to do our best to keep that area attractive and clean and welcoming as a gathering place.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, as a final comment, I would say that Commissioner Hurd's suggestion or comment that this is specifically for this is the head of our CRA, but I think it would be an interesting conversation perhaps with the Business Development Board or even the individual chambers, that maybe this model can be enhanced to be a program that businesses that are not in the CRA could somehow participate. A conversation for another day, but I mean, if it works here in the hearts of our community, it could also work to support some local businesses in the county. Commissioner Smith, you're going to have the final word.
Can we just go back to the map, Susan, for a second? And if we can start with Jensen, that would be great. So those portions of Indian River Drive and Pineapple and Jensen Beach Boulevard are the only ones included?
I believe that is correct. So Jensen Beach Boulevard from Pineapple to Indian River, both sides. Indian River, Mango to Jensen Beach Boulevard, and Pineapple from Church to Jensen Beach Boulevard.
And Ron or Susan, do you remember why we excluded, like, the other streets?
So Church Street, because we were thinking of doing a project there. Renard, because it's already being redeveloped.
Well, I guess what I guess I don't understand, why wouldn't you open it up to the whole CRA? If the application is appropriate, if it meets the criteria,
Again, we were trying to look at target areas.
I understand. I get
That's
it.
the reason.
But if I'm on Church Street and I'm excluded. And Ron, can you come up? No, you can't talk back there.
It was, Ron, you're correct, it was extended from Mango.
It was extended up
Yes.
to Mango.
Yes.
So, okay, so where
So when it was first presented to the NAC, I believe it went up to Church, and they extended it to Mango.
Okay, so everything from Pineapple to Indian River Drive, from Mango south down to Indian River Drive is included.
Indian River Drive from Mango to Jensen Beach Boulevard, yes.
Okay, because that's not, just for purposes, that's not how we presented it when we showed this.
May I make a suggestion when we get to the detail of these maps? Because I agree with what Commissioner Smith is saying. Why don't we see if this is going to pass? And if it does, then we can create a concept and language that says the CRA, the NACs and the CRAs will determine their eligible folks. We're not
We've
voting on your...
already passed this through all of the NACs and the CRA board.
So the red line is the red line.
It's not set in stone, certainly,
Okay,
Commissioner.
well-
I'm just saying that they have weighed in. They did weigh in.
So my only reason for bringing this up is if a motion gets made, and then that says to Susan, go forth and go do your thing, right? Somebody's going to say, well, that's the map, and that was what was included. And so
Right.
now, just in the conversation, we've cleared up that it runs up to Mango, includes Mango, both north and south on Mango, correct?
It includes up to Mango, Indian River Drive up to Mango. It doesn't include Mango.
Oh, that's my problem.
Okay.
I think if someone's, and we have some businesses on Mango, I think Mango should be able to participate, and Church, and Cherry, and then the other thing, Ed, in Palm City, nothing on
Martin Highway.
Martin Highway is included.
Then we need to have some language in there that allows people to apply to be included. You know, we don't have time, unless we're going to postpone this agenda item and dig into these maps and these lines to include and exclude. We're not going to spend the rest of the day doing it here now.
Can I make a suggestion? Maybe this isn't good.
You can, of course.
I think I would include, if you're in the CRA, if you're in the NAC neighborhood boundary, I think everybody should be able to participate. No, you don't?
Well, I'm just speaking for my CRA. We have some targeted areas. It's a pretty large CRA.
I just wonder if I'm a business and I'm excluded, am I disenfranchising those that are
So
excluded?
let me make a suggestion, Commissioner Smith. He knows his CRAs very intimately, as we just heard from Commissioner Heatherington. She knows hers. Commissioner Jenkins is over here saying it should be targeted as well. I lean with Commissioner Smith that maybe I want to let at least everyone be eligible. Now, I don't think we're going to tip Commissioner Hurd, but it does at least make it more inclusive. So why don't we allow, you make a motion, because I would make with the Palm City CRA inclusive. Maybe no one comes forward. There are a handful of businesses on Martin Highway that I believe could benefit from this, but most of them don't need to. But there are a couple that might benefit us, so I would agree with Commissioner Smith. Let's break it up. Doesn't have to be a one-size-fits-all.
You want to make a motion for the whole thing? I'll try to include No, me.
Yes, please.
So I would move approval of the program, just to start with, right? Commissioner Campy had a recommendation of 2575. Susan, I don't think you said that there was any statutory requirement, so I would include that it becomes 2575.
Anybody have a problem with that? Okay, keep going.
That nonprofits, if they are in the respective zones, of the districts that the commissioners want to call out as their district be included, and that each commissioner from their district recommend the boundaries that they'd like to see for their CRA. And for my purposes, I would include all of the CRA of downtown Jensen, and I would include all of the commercial on 707 through Rio.
So, Commissioner, when you say downtown Jensen, you mean the entire CRA?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, then we'll hear,
And you want to include the entire Rio CRA as well?
What do we call the community commercial, the district that's along 707?
So along 707, you have core and you have corridor.
So I'm comfortable with
This is
everything that's in the
core.
red on those two maps.
So all of your core and your corridor?
Yep.
Okay,
can you
that's what
show
we have.
can you show the Golden Gate?
That's not different.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Ms.
you're right.
Forrest, can you show the Golden Gate one
I
for
can.
Commissioner Heatherington? Are you comfortable with the way it's presented? Yes.
It is the whole thing.
Would you put that in your motion, Commissioner Smith?
Sure. That we
Commissioner
include Golden
Jenkins?
Gate's boundaries as
Can you-
requested.
Show me.
So we've included the railroad here, railroad corridor, and then you've got your core and corridor sub-districts here, and those particular spots.
Okay. The only business left out is me, so we'll be all right with that.
What's that?
The only business left out is himself,
Yeah.
which would probably be problematic anyway.
Yes, exactly.
So with that in mind, can Commissioner Smith add in Commissioner?
Is that what you want for your boundaries? Are you comfortable?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay.
I have something to add to your motion.
1 second.
Okay, that's fine.
And then in Palm City, I would do the complete CRA be eligible, focusing on your red map, but that the complete CRA be eligible. Commissioner
wouldn't-
Smith, do you mind that Commissioner Jenkins gives a
No,
suggestion?
But I'm including your recommendation for Palm City into the motion, and then Commissioner Jenkins.
Thank you very much.
So I would like to and would insist that the merchandising and advertising portion of this be removed completely.
That's fine.
Okay. Commissioner Heatherington?
Commissioner Smith, you included the not-for-profits, right? Listen, I'm 99% in favor of this whole, and I would hate to not support it, but philosophically, to me, taxpayer dollars paid by the taxpayers should be reinvested, and I love our nonprofits. I think there are outlets for them. I just have a philosophical problem, and I did stand down there at 9 a.m. saying that I was going to be a good steward of our taxpayer dollars. So if they're included, and it sounds like you probably have the votes, I'm going to have to, even though, again, 99%, I love the program, I just philosophically, I think investing, it has to be tax dollars invested by taxpayers, so I'm going to have to.
Okay, so what I'll do is in my motion, I would remove the nonprofit, and then I'll make a subsequent motion. You can vote against it if you wish.
You know what he's
So-
saying?
So you're going to remove that from your,
First motion,
okay.
and then I'll make a subsequent motion, and if it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But you can vote against that
Your
if you wish.
first motion is going to be as staff has presented it.
With the changes that we recommended, other than removing, for your purposes, the language of the nonprofits.
Okay.
And that's my motion.
Staff's presentation did not include nonprofits.
No, we brought that into it, and I added it, but you don't want it, and if you don't want it, and that means you won't vote for the whole thing because it was included in a more global motion, I'll pull that piece out, and I'll make a second motion, and then we'll see if there's 3 votes for that.
Well, I tell you, I could have it, I think it's such a small little portion of this larger project presentation, I could take it out as well. So you wouldn't need to make a separate motion because it won't pass.
I'll make it, and if it
Okay.
passes, it passes.
All right, so you're leaving it out of your universal motion that we've been working on. Layla, best of luck.
I'm trying to be
Yeah, all-inclusive.
all-inclusive.
Good for you. I appreciate it. We have a motion by Commissioner Smith with the language that's been proffered.
And I seconded it.
Now I have a second from
And
Commissioner.
just for clarification, that was staff's original with the amendments?
Correct.
Okay.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
I would move that we add the eligibility of nonprofits within the districts outlined by the commissioners that chose to keep their boundary as drawn or added to it the nonprofits.
Second.
So some districts will allow it and some won't?
No. If this passes, it'll be allowed in whatever districts were approved to be included in the first place.
Okay.
It's either in for all or it's not going to be in.
Be pursuant to boundaries established in the motion prior.
Correct.
Correct. Oh, that's fancy. Good for you. We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
The motion carries 3-2 with Commissioners Heatherington and Hurd dissenting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Corris, thank you. Best of luck. What? We have, yes, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we have departmental number 5, and then I believe we've added in a conversation about something that Jim Gordon's going to speak about.
Departmental number 3, too.
Oh, yes. Yes, and departmental number 3.
Closed captioning person need
Okay, we are back from our brief break for closed captioning. We're going to take up departmental item number 3, Office of Budget and Management items which require board approval. It'll be presented by Ms. Jennifer Manning, and there are 2 items this afternoon. Ms. Manning, welcome. You are recognized.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Jennifer Manning, OMB Director. As you said, we have 2 items on the agenda, and the first one is permission to apply for the FY23 Supporting Healthy Aging through Parks and Recreation. They're requesting a $5,000 grant, which will hopefully get to hire a Tai Chi instructor for our seniors. And
Not for us.
I cannot envision that right now, but I think it's a good program. It just encourages them. Okay, and next item is permission to accept the BJA 2021 Criminal Alien Assistant Grant Program. And this is on behalf of the sheriff. The grant award is for $26,479. Those funds are used to offset the equipment and training for correction officers. And
Move approval.
That concludes my agenda.
Thank you very much. We have a motion by Commissioner Hurd, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins for staff's recommendation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Ms. Manning, thank you very much. Our next item is departmental number 5, approval of an interlocal agreement among the medical examiner, the trustees of Indian River State College, Indian River County, St. Lucie County, Martin County, and Okeechobee County regarding the proposed medical examiner's facility. I'm assuming it's going to be presented by Mr. Don Donaldson.
Yeah, so we have an agreement that was worked on by Martin County and the other counties with the last amendments by Martin and Indian River on the planning for the next stage of the medical examiner's facilities. It also includes in there a cost distribution that's based upon the actual usage by each county. As it was this past year, in terms of our percent for each, our obligation, if you will, for sharing the costs in the project. St. Lucie County is going to be the project manager. There is a process for all of the counties that are participating to review, one, a space needs study first, which we're looking at only a facility that is necessary for the medical examiner and the number of cases that we have in our Treasure Coast area, the district, the Circuit 19. And that will be our first phase of it. Then there'll be ultimately a design, and then finally, it won't go to construction until all the funds are appropriated. We've been working with our local delegation on support for the funding of all phases of it. We did have funding this last time that was approved in the budget, how it was part of the governor's. It did not make it through the veto process, so it was vetoed. We're hoping that this next year we can make it through in terms of for appropriations for design. This time we do have the funds appropriated sufficient to cover the cost of the space needs study, and that's what we would be moving forward with first. So with that, I would open up to any questions that you have regarding the current status of the medical examiner's facility, which is to be located on Indian River State College campus. But I can tell you that Martin County, Indian River County, and in my conversations with Howard Tipton and St. Lucie and Okeechobee, that the space needs is just for the medical examiner needs, and if the college is interested in additional educational components, that would be not borne by the counties. That would be require additional appropriations not covered by the county.
Commissioner Hurd.
Yeah, do we have to pay Indian River State College a lease?
I believe it's $1 a year, or it's just
Do we have a long-term contract?
That's yes.
230s.
Do we have any idea of what our annual contribution is going to be to this? And also, I forget what the next thing I was going to ask was.
So currently, right now, the medical examiner bills us on a per-unit basis for their costs. So we all already have a annual obligation based upon their billing each of the counties for the overall operation. So each county is currently paying for the operation of the medical examiner, which includes salaries, equipment, et cetera. And so that obligation is ongoing. And essentially, they have the authority to continue to bill us for the cost of operations.
Do we have a CIP sheet for this infrastructure project?
We would be bringing a CIP sheet. We will include one. Right now, we don't have the actual size and scope of it until we get the space needing study done. Then we'll bring forward, we'll include it in our CIP this next year, along with the estimated contribution costs from us, including any estimated grants that we'd be looking for from our state delegation.
Thanks.
Would it be a CIP sheet if it's a facility being built outside of Martin County?
Paying for it.
I know, but wouldn't it have to fall into some other category?
Well, we've shown projects like this in the CIP. It's as a planning document and as a budget tool for everybody to see. It's certainly I don't have any problem including it in there. I think it's in the abundance of transparency. It shows what we're committing. And it gives an opportunity to share with the other counties where we are at in terms of our financial abilities. Some of the other counties already have it estimated in terms of fully funded. We are not in that category, so it would certainly show the unfunded portions for us and the expected timing of when we would have funds available.
Thank you very much. So what are you looking for?
A motion to approve the interlocal agreement.
Sounds like a plan. Anyone want to make that motion? No one's going to make that motion?
Well, how about we just say approve staff's recommendation?
I think that sounds like the same. Wow, already on my first day, I will pass the gavel to Commissioner Jenkins and make a motion that we accept staff's recommendation to the sound of crickets. We don't have a choice, do we? We're not bowing out of this. Come on now. I mean, your point's been made. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Campy, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously, surprisingly.
Reluctantly, I understand, but thank you for that.
I mean, I guess I was trying to send a message. I let the record show I'm not sending that message to our other neighboring colleagues. Mr. Donaldson, you said that you were going to have, you wanted to add in an item that Mr. Gordon was going to say something?
Yeah, so I had a couple of items here that was under Commissioner and Administrator comments, but I can go through those very quickly in the
Well,
final.
not all
item.
of them, but I mean, at least this first one prior to taking any final public comment and things like that. Because the commissioner comments and administrative comments are like the end of the meeting. Are we at the end?
We are at the end of the meeting, so if you want to take public comment first, and then we can finish how, it's your choice, Mr. Chair, but I have.
I appreciate that.
Some of them are just simple announcements on good things that are happening. One of them is a presentation by our coastal division.
Don't sit down. Come on over. Sit in these seats right here in the front.
And so ceremoniously, it's whether or not you want to end with Fitzpatrick at the podium at the very last conversation, or do you want to have it and then you finish your comments?
Is this the end of the?
This is the end of the Fitzpatrick era. Yes, it is.
This first chapter of it.
Yes.
So let's hold off a little bit for Miss Fitzpatrick.
Good.
And so we will take public comment now. We have reached the end of our official agenda for the day. So if there's anyone from the public that is looking to address us twice in one day, nothing. I will come back to my colleagues And we will start with you, Commissioner Smith.
All set, thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Heatherington?
I'm all set too.
Commissioner Jenkins?
Good.
Commissioner Hurd?
Set.
How you feeling?
Good.
Okay, good. I had one that I realized I had maybe broken a rule earlier today when I had some family members here, and I brought them upstairs to my office. I would make a recommendation of a procedural change that allows commissioners to personally escort their visitors into this building past security.
You got in trouble?
Not necessarily in trouble,
I
but
did the same thing today.
I think that, if we should have the ability to, not just family members.
Didn't realize we couldn't.
I've been heard, I was told that that's a thing. I did ask our county administrator to effect that change, and he denied it. So that being said, I bring it to my colleagues, so. Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hurd that commissioners personally be allowed to escort their visitors into the building past these.
No, you said family members.
No, I said not specifically family members, not only family members. You're walking in with one of you personally are escorting someone in. They'd have to go through the whole security process, but you're with them.
Well, yeah, they do that.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Hurd that the commissioners be allowed to personally escort their visitors into the building. It's seconded by Commissioner Heatherington. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Let that be an example.
Yes, yes. So many examples today. Well, anyway, in the presumptions of examples was today, we do have a plaque, though, for Commissioner Smith and
You have to stand
appreciation.
down there to give it.
Yes, okay.
No,
Yes, and pose for pictures.
no. Now, what were you going to do if I didn't come back?
We're going to throw it in the trash.
Next week.
We would have grinded your name off
We
and
are
kept it for
adaptive.
some other
and,
time.
And I think
Put down there.
resilient, I believe, is the term we need to be in this organization, right? So yes, presented to Commissioner Doug Smith in appreciation for your dynamic leadership and representation during your tenure as board chairman, 2021 to 2022, Morgan County Board of County Commissioners.
Very much. All right.
Thank you,
Go down
Commissioner.
and get a picture. We need it for the archive. Look, she's here. We need it for the archive. Get down there and get your picture taken. Don't forget who the chair is now. It's proof that you received the.
A motion not to do this?
No.
Review is coming shortly.
I know it is. Well.
Continuing on with the Don Donaldson's.
Okay, so the next item, just certainly regarding commission items, and that is the board's priorities for the year. And so I'm asking that if you can get me your list of what you think of as your priorities before the next meeting. And then the last meeting of December, December 13th, we'll have an agenda item for us to discuss the collective priorities for the board and for staff to execute next year. So if you can get those to us by December 6th, then I can include them in an agenda summary for us to discuss on the 13th and talk.
Want to pick this up with that prior motion?
Could have been.
And then the next item is just in terms of, for the Christmas holiday, we have, together with our United Way, it's called Stuff the Bus. And we will have on December 6th, one of the Marty buses here, and we'll be taking the collection of unwrapped toys that the Marty will be participating in with United Way. And that bus will be here on December 6th to take our unwrapped toys, and then again on Thursday, December 8th, at the Walmart on 401 Southeast Federal Highway in Stewart. So that's just an upcoming for our Christmas holidays, for our giving and providing for toys for those children that have are unfortunate to, or not to have toys this year, so we want to get that out. And then another piece of good news was that our House of Refuge, I just got word that we did get ranked number 4 in the state for historical buildings, and so that puts us in a good stead for getting a grant. And so with that, those are the main items for business. And then lastly, we have a beaches update. We've had some recent storms, and it gives us a good opportunity to ask Ms. Fitzpatrick to come here and give us a brief summary while we talk about her.
Thank you. Prior to doing that, Ms. Fitzpatrick, if Mr. Donaldson allowed me the reins of the meeting back.
Yes, you may have, yes.
Ms. Woods, you had something that you needed to say.
Yes, I just wanted to give you a brief update. So if you recall, you sent your Animal Care and Control Advisory Board the request to review the ordinance that you passed in June prohibiting the sale of dogs and cats and rabbits by pet stores, which was due to take effect December 31st of next month. And so the ACCOB conducted both a workshop and then last week a meeting. They spent a lot of time looking at all of the information. Everybody got a chance to talk, I will say, both at the workshop as well as at the meeting last week. And their unanimous recommendation was to only modify the ordinance, but they stuck with to only modify it by sticking with their original recommendation, which was to give a full 1-year transition period for implementation of the prohibition. So that would put the end date for the sale to June 30th of 2023, and that was what they additionally had done. I want to compliment them. It was sometimes difficult to sit in their seats and hear what was being said, but they did it with professionalism, and I think we'd all be proud of them for their community service to provide that. So to that end, I'm asking for you all's permission to go ahead and advertise for a public hearing to amend that ordinance to allow that additional 6 months, which was their additional recommendation. And I'd like to set that public hearing for December 13th, which would allow a full discussion and public hearing on the issue for the board with the recommendation from your ACCOB.
So moved.
Second.
Does it need to be a motion and a second for this?
It's nice if it is.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Hurd for staff's recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you,
Interested
Mr.
parties should be here on December 13th to make their opinions known. Thank you. Say it isn't so. Motion to deny Kathy Fitzpatrick's request for retirement.
Second that.
For the record, Kathy Fitzpatrick, coastal engineer, du jour.
Du jour. Clever.
And first, let me start out by saying that you really should be hearing this update from Jessica Garland, because as most of you know, she's been running a large part of the show for a long time. She had the good sense to go home for vacation and leave me here to take credit for all the hard work she's been doing lately. So as you know, we've had 2 major storms this fall, and they had big impacts on our coastlines. Ian and Nicole were really a 1-2 punch for the beaches. Also, as you know, we've, I believe, in my humble opinion, done a great job at proactively managing our beaches and making sure that we have the storm protection that serves the county well. We have a federal storm protection project that predates me to your current county administrator, Mr. Donaldson, and that project extends from Stewart Beach, or from the North County line down to Stewart Beach. After that project, we have about a mile that's predominantly rocky shoreline that typically has a dune perched on top of it that protects the roadway, which is notably an evacuation route and the only access for emergency vehicles down that road. Continuing south, we have our Bathtub Beach and Sailfish Point project, And finally, about a half a mile that extends to the north jetty of a pretty stable shoreline. South of the inlet, as you know, we perform sand bypassing projects, replacing sand that was lost to the beaches because of the interruption of sand caused by the existence of the jetties and the ebb and flood tides going in and out of the inlet. And I will say that our most recent project, just south of the inlet, that first mile, really benefited the park a lot during these storms. It's not something I'm going to focus on, but I think the park manager would join me in saying that this was a real boon for their park. I'm lucky enough to have some aerial imagery. NOAA got out the day after the storm and flew the coast. So what I've got to show you today is going to be a comparison of the August aerials that the county flew and then the post-Nicole images. So it's going to be a combination of impacts from both storms, but I think it's pretty instructive. Still using notes. One thing that we need to think about is that the coastal impacts from Hurricane Ian were not quite so visible, but the beaches did really sacrifice a lot during that storm, and they protected the coast well. But Ian really weakened those defenses. And so what we saw when Nicole hit were some very visible impacts from that storm. I've always liked to say that we have some of the hardest working beaches on the east coast of Florida, and they did their job this time. We saw really minimal impacts landward of the beach and dune system, but we certainly did see impacts to that beach and dune system once Nicole left the area. What you're going to see in these post-Nicole images is that a lot of sand has been pushed up into the dune, which makes things in some ways look worse than they are, because that sand in the dune is going to raise the elevation of that dune, but it is, of course, at the expense of the sand that used to be on the beaches. So I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to start at the North Jetty. And what you will be seeing on the right side of your monitor is the August imagery. And then I've got a swipe bar that's going to bring into focus the post-Nicole images. So as I mentioned, that first roughly half mile north of the North Jetty is pretty stable. And so as I bring this across, you'll see that, yes, water did get up into the dunes, but what you really need to focus on, especially in these August surveys, is there something that shows up kind of like a white line, and that's the kind of the line of demarcation between that intertidal zone that shows up as darker wet sand and then the dry beach. And it's really the change to that dry beach that you want to look at. And so in this first, like I said, in this first area, although the sand is still wet, we still have a fair amount of sand out there, and things have not been impacted too much. As we move north, though, we'll find, to no one's particular surprise, that that's not exactly the way it was at Bath. Come on.
Plus.
Okay. So here you see Bathtub in August. It was looking pretty good, nice and wide. And then after Hurricane Nicole, you'll see the beach is gone. And if we zoom into Nicole, you will also see the sand that was trucked in as a result of that project. We don't have the surveys in as yet on the post-storm damage estimate, but it appears that the visible damage to the beach from Hurricane Ian was about double what we saw. No, in Nicole, it was about double what we saw in Ian. And we're estimating that the storm damages alone were probably in the range of about 60,000 cubic yards. And that would be on top of the natural annual erosion, which we had already been estimated to be about 60,000 cubic yards. So if the county decided to proceed with a project this year, it would probably be in the range of 150,000 cubic yards by the time that you got out there, which is roughly in line with the types of projects that we've done before. The one thing that's really notable that I want to make sure that we keyed in on is with all of those numbers, the impacts from Hurricane Nicole were really focused at Bathtub Beach. So a large part of that volume really came from that. And as you can see from the image here, all that we were able to do with Nicole is just pile sand up in the parking lot. There was no way to go back out any further, and so we really were just providing that line of defense for the water as it came up and over the dunes. So there is really not much of anything left of what had existed at Bathtub before. As you can see, you had a pretty well-established dune and a beach, and the beach is gone and a large part of that dune. So that's what's happened there. And as we proceed up MacArthur Boulevard, I'll just show you a couple of areas here so you can see what the road is facing right now. You can see that it is a rocky shoreline, but as I said, there's been a dune perched on top of that. However, after Hurricane Nicole came by, you can see, and I was out there just yesterday, and the water is up underneath some of these houses here. And it really is reminiscent of 2004, because when you drive down that road, in many instances, you're looking out underneath the houses and seeing looking out at the ocean. So we've had a lot of storms since 2004. Some of them, I would contend, were much more severe than Hurricane Nicole was, but nonetheless, the impacts that we've seen there have been considerable. And I'll just go to one other location on MacArthur, the area that we had to build a wall last time. And you can see here again, we had a fair amount of beach, we had a vegetated dune, and you can see now that the water was right up to the wall. We've lost some of the dune, and you've got a pretty steep escarpment there. And again, this is right after the storm, and as we all know, there's all kinds of changes in recovery that happens after the storm, but these were the immediate storm impacts. So going a little further north up to our Stewart Beach. This has been an amazingly stable beach. In fact, it had accreted sand well beyond anything that would have been permitted for us to place. And so it's been a very nice wide beach that we've been able to depend on having that kind of stability. But even here, let me see, even here you can see that we've had overwash. We've had water up into the dune. And immediately the day before that, I was out there, and there was a 50-foot wide, flat stretch of beach before you got into that slope down into the water. And after the storm, that flat beach was gone. Not to say that
Ms.
there won't.
Fitzpatrick, one moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Is there some kind of dune structure or something out there? What causes that beach to be so stable?
Well, what there is just south of there is that really the first part of that rocky structure that we see going along MacArthur Boulevard, and that's always acted kind of like what you see at a jetty, like we see at the North Jetty, where you've got that kind of stable beach that accretes. It's the same thing that happens here at Stewart. And so the last time we did a project there was, I'd say before 2010 for sure. And we haven't ever had to think about it that much. And again, you've still got a lot of beach here. You've got a healthy dune. You're not in any grave danger, but I'm just pointing out the visible changes that we were able to see after the storm went by. And so, I mean, you see here these little bits of green out here are actually dunes that have been vegetating in front of the dunes. So, like I said, I don't want to make this seem like a real doom and gloom, but it's just, I know what people have seen after the storm, and these are the kind of things that I'm trying to highlight for you. So let's see. Now, if I can, the next place where we really saw some impacts were, there it is. Up here at Virginia Forest Beach, which is right here. And again, we see a lot of dune, vegetated dune out in front of all of the structures there, and then a sandy beach fronting that. And after the storm, you can see you've had a total deflation of the beach, and it's eaten into the dunes. That's where you see these kind of shadows here, because it's just an escarpment. And you can also see all the sand that's been pushed up into the dune, which I said is not altogether a bad thing, but it is some pretty substantial changes, and a healthy amount of lost sand. And just a couple more spots up here at Bob Graham. Not the same extent of impacts, but certainly some changes that we can see at the park. Again, you're looking at the August surveys, and then the post-storm. And again, you see all the sand that's been pushed up into the dune. And then, last but not least, we have Jensen. Always one of the thinner beaches that we've got, because it's at the north end of our project. But there again, you can see, in all cases, the waves were up into the dune, carried sand up into the dune. But the other thing that you can see is that we still have a healthy line of defense. So again, the projects have done their job. They're supposed to be sacrificing sand. That's how they protect the upland structures. And they've done that quite well. For both of the projects that we manage, there have been damage assessments done, both after Hurricane Ian and Hurricane Nicole. The county project at Bathtub Beach has been inspected by FEMA, and the federal project has had visits from the Jacksonville District Army Corps of Engineers. Their initial assessments, again, without the benefit of surveys, is that we've probably lost about 40 to 50% of the sand that was placed due to the impacts from the storms. And this is important because if past history is any indication, if the sufficient amount of federal funds are appropriated, that storm damage will be funded, can be funded 100% by the federal government. It would appear that they're gearing up to do a lot of projects in the coming year, and by that I mean like early 2024. I would imagine that they will be coming back and asking if we want to do a project like that. And so because of of their interest and assessment of the beach, you would have a significant reduction in the potential cost of the project if 50% of that project was paid for 100% by the Corps. And then the rest of it would be our normal cost share, which is 50% federal, 25% state, and then 25% from the county. So it puts you in very good condition. And again, I want to emphasize that if another storm came along before that happened, there's still a good amount of sand out there and a very healthy amount of storm protection value left there. So overall, we did well. We didn't have a lot of damage. We had some sand on the road on MacArthur. Those kinds of things are going to happen. We didn't lose any structures, and we have a plan to respond to that. So I think I'll leave you guys in very good hands. Thank you very much.
You do. Hold on one second. Commissioner Smith.
Are you done?
I am done, sir.
Literally and figuratively.
In more ways
All
than one,
the
right?
ways. Everywhere. All the ways.
So I've had the privilege of working with Kathy, and I don't know if she'd say that back, but I've had the privilege of working
Depends
with.
on the day.
Huh?
Depends on the day.
Well, maybe tomorrow will be a different
She can
response.
say whatever she wants now, so be
Right.
careful what you tear up.
But I've had the privilege of working with Kathy for over 20 years. And I will tell you this, and we say this a lot about our employees. You know, when somebody retires or somebody leaves us and goes on to someplace else, there's usually a long sort of story that goes along with it. And it's because we have amazing employees that do amazing work. And so I would say this part about Kathy and our beach program and inlet, quite frankly. We are one of the more respected, highly respected programs, both in the state and nationally, because of our team in our coastal engineering department, and specifically because of Kathy. You know, I remember when I got here, I don't know that I really understood necessarily what coastal engineering was, and that we had people that specifically did that, but it became very apparent because my district has a lion's share of our beach projects and our beaches in it. Harold has, you know, the other section down south. It's an enormous undertaking, and it's an enormous undertaking to understand. It's an enormous undertaking to understand how the Corps, how the state deal with these projects. And we've had just amazing representation in that department at every single level. And no matter where we go, we are typically pointed to as one of those counties that really has our act together in this program. And you also have to remember, if you don't know this, every 4 years, Kathy, 6 years, somebody decides to change the rules on how this stuff happens and how we get to do what Kathy does for us. And you have to be resilient enough and you have to be talented enough to be able to move with those changes in the program. Because what Kathy just pointed out in her presentation, this is a dynamic thing that keeps on moving constantly. We are asked from time to time, why do you do this stuff? Why do you rebuild the beaches? It's one of our treasures. It is clearly one of the assets in our community that everybody loves. And boy, if it wasn't exemplified during COVID when we shut the beaches down to everybody but Martin County residents, that was like probably one of the most amazing things we ever did, because I heard more from people about how they loved going to the beach and nobody else could. That was just like the coolest thing that ever did happen. And it just points out how important our beaches are. But it's also important to our coastline. It's important to our investments, both in public side of the investment out on the island, the infrastructure, our road infrastructure, our buildings, but also the private sector and their investments on the island. And beach renourishment does this huge piece of protecting all of those investments. Then you go on to the wildlife side. Year after year, we get reports of our turtle nesting, that we have some of the most successful turtle nesting anywhere in the state. And if you went back to Ross Witham's days of what Ross used to do when he released all of his turtles that he did at the House of Refuge, and they still show up today, and they're tagged and they can track them, that all goes to having a successful coastal program that if it weren't managed and it weren't done by people like Kathy, it would be a disaster out there. And so that's just the beach side of it. There's the inlet and all of the strategy that has gone in over 20 years. And sometimes it's easy to overlook all the things that have occurred in that inlet. Dredging of the impoundment, extending the seawall or the breaker wall, fixing the spillover area, the dredging projects. I remember a couple years ago on Christmas, during Christmas, when we lost the funding for dredging the inlet and it was filling up, Kathy came in, and probably Dawn did too, I imagine, but and they pulled a rabbit out of their hat, and they got the permitting refiled, and we got the project done, and the inlet got dredged, and business went on as usual. But somebody has to do all that. And I know the people who use the inlet appreciate it, and they fully get it. But for all the other folks that just don't know how much effort and how much work it takes to manage all this stuff and make it happen in a way that the Corps understands it, they can communicate, and the state can communicate and understand it, is a really rare talent. And Kathy embodies all of that.
And the last piece of my comments, for the last 7 years, Kathy, with the coral reef sort of meltdown, 7, 6,
2015.
since 2015, you all gave me the privilege of taking over for John Haddix and taking on what was becoming an enormous crisis for us with the meltdown of the coral reef program. And Kathy, to her credit and her love for the ocean and the beaches and the inlet and all things coastal engineering, really helped me and helped us help the county launch into an enormous effort to try to save and make what we could of what was happening out there in the coral reef. Kathy and I have been places that people have no idea even exist relative to coral. And we've made presentations. We've gone every place that you could ever try to get an audience with someone that would listen to us. And we've made huge strides. And so much of that is dependent upon Kathy's talent, her foresight, her thought about what do we do next? How do we fix this? How do we get it organized? And the last piece of that story, I will tell you, it's my favorite story, and I tell it to everybody that wants to listen relative to the start of that whole project. When Kathy and I went up to Tallahassee, I don't know, 6, 7 years ago or whatever, and we were to meet with Joe Negron on appropriation, and it was sort of like 2 weeks to go before the end of session was over. And by that point, pretty much the cake is baked and the icing's on it and the candles are lit. So we went up and we had this idea that if we couldn't prove to the state and to the federal government what was going on out on the reef, you can't just go tell somebody there's this meltdown happening out there and have everybody believe it. So I asked Kathy, I said, how many units do we need out there on the reef and in the inlets to decide or monitor water quality? And I forget what the number was. How many are there? 100 something? I don't know. Whatever there are. So we get to Tallahassee. We meet at breakfast first thing in the morning. We're going to go meet with Joe. And I said to Kathy, I said, so how much are we asking for? And she said, I don't know. And I said, well, how many of these things do we need? And I said, well, Joe's going to give us 3 minutes, and we got to make our argument really quick. And she said, well, I think we need like $500,000. I said, so then we need to ask for $1 million because, it'll get cut down in half, and that won't get us where we need to get. So we did. We asked for that. And we got that close to getting the money that session. We didn't. It didn't happen. And there were some reasons why it didn't happen, but it's not important at this part of the story. And so we came back the following year. We asked for the $1 million. We got the $1 million. We got a $500,000 grant from EPA, right? And we applied that to those water quality monitoring devices with Joanne at DEP and all of her support. And we started documenting what was going on out there. And that really goes to the point of all of the things that Kathy has added to this community and added to the state of Florida to make it a better place and to make sure that one of our treasured assets is there forever for the next generation. So, Kathy, for one, I'm going to hugely miss you, even though you love to challenge me and tell me no, and then I tell you no is not a word that I like to hear. And then she agrees with me somehow, and we go make it happen. I can't tell you how many times she told me no, and we can't do that. There's one other project too. She told me no. That was the dredging of the pocket. She said, no, you can't do that. You don't have any money. I said, don't worry about that. We'll figure out where the money comes from. And lo and behold, she put an amazing project together for dredging Manatee Pocket, and that's a whole nother lifetime story. But anyway, Kathy, thank you for your service to Martin County. Thank you to the service of the residents of Martin County. Thank you to our assets, the beaches, the turtles, the inlet, and our coral reef.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Heatherington.
I don't know how much I can add to that, but I will say I had the pleasure of working at, not 20 years up here, but in the private sector and then as a committee appointee on one of your committees. And I will add to one of Doug's stories, when we were just recently with John Mayall and James Kennedy, we were on a water advocacy trip in Washington, D.C., and we were meeting with NOAA to talk about the connection between freshwater releases and the coral heads. And we've got 4 people, whom I've never met before. I don't believe staff had. And we're talking about this connection, and lo and behold, there they start talking about Kathy Fitzpatrick. And I thought, I haven't gone anywhere, whether it's beaches and shores or, some of these resiliency, the climate compact. Everybody knows Kathy Fitzpatrick. And I really have very much appreciated working with you, the knowledge I've gained from you, and I think this is just not goodbye. We're going to see you just around, and I know that you're going to continue to make the same impact that you have for many, many years. So, but I will miss working with you.
Thank you very much.
Let me put it succinctly for you. Martin County is a relatively small county in Florida, but our reputation throughout the state, in Tallahassee and in Washington, D.C., is in great part thanks to you and your professionalism, your knowledge. We stand on the shoulders of giants, and you are one of those giants. So although I am very sad to see you leave, I know you leave a department led and filled with professional experts that have your same passion, and we're friends, so we'll see you. I just wanted to say on behalf of this board, but countless other individuals that have stood up here, thank you very much for your service.
Okay, I'm not going to do a mic drop, but there is one person I want to acknowledge, and that's your current county administrator.
He's got his light on.
He never quite understood exactly what I was doing, which was the way I wanted things to happen, but I remember the day he came and sat down in my chair in my office and looked at me and said, "Fitzpatrick, when did we start becoming the leader in coral reefs?" I said, "Well done, we've kind of been working on that for a while." And then there would be the odd departmental meeting when he'd look at me and go, "And what's going on with Fitzy's sea level rise? How you doing with that?" But he gave me the latitude to go out and really spread my wings, find the things that I was passionate about, and let me do them. And I really appreciate that, and that is without a doubt what's kept me here for so long, because with his support and almost always a 5-0 support of the board, I've been able to do some pretty cool stuff. And so I've really enjoyed my time here. Thank you.
There's a whole nother piece.
Don?
There's the artificial reef stuff.
So, as you all know, there are those at staff that, like to stay in their lane, and those that don't even know what a lane is. Or, as the box, you always want somebody to think out of the box. Well, I'm not sure that Fitz ever knew what a box was. And the last one that I heard was, coloring between the lines. Yeah, Fitzpatrick never colored between the lines. But that's what, accepting that and watching her do her magic has been what's, I think, and you all have allowed us to do those types of things. And there's a couple of images, I think, of Kathy, and one was early on in our career when we did the inlet dredging, and we barged it down to the refuge and then pumped it across, and it was very noisy, and it didn't work the way we wanted it to. And I just remember a couple of things. One of our citizens would stand on a seawall with a flashing red light and a bullhorn and scream at her every day. And then Janet Gettig was in office, and we had a meeting in Hope Sound, and the Hope Sound residents were unhappy with the barging activity, and Commissioner Gettig was it was blind week or something, and so she had a blindfold on, pretending to be, or going through the, what is it to be blind? And it was serious, other than Jim Spurgeon and myself and Kathy at this town meeting with Commissioner Gettig with her blindfold on and her cane, and listening to the citizens of Hope Sound talk to us about the event. And Kathy did an excellent job, though, of handling that. And then there's another image of her. Actually, she's got a picture of Barrett and Kathy and Jessica at her number of times at Bathtub Beach at Thanksgiving, and they're bare feet working the storm. And from that, Mark Gavitt one day brought in one of our Christmas events, got her some steel-toed flip-flops so that she could adequately put shoes on for the event. But anyway, there's a lot of different stories obviously out there, but most importantly the ones you talked about, and the reputation she brought to Martin County and will continue to do. It's been certainly an honor to have her be our coastal engineer and my friend. So Fitz, good luck.
Thank you very much. And for the record, Don never gave up the moniker of coastal engineer.
Well, thank you. With that, so we're heading into our Thanksgiving break, and this week is Thanksgiving, so there's lots for us to be thankful for, and I wish each of the folks that are in this room, my colleagues, our county staff, and all Martin County residents, a safe, healthy, and happy Thanksgiving, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks, Kathy.
Thanks.